as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you're committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I want to welcome you to today's special sitting in which we are paying a tribute to Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba, former minister and distinguished civil servant, a man who has served his country with a high level of diligence, a man who took off his time the future generations would be able to know where our country has come from. Honorable colleagues, this is a man who has served humanity in very many aspects as a Rotarian, and as a Rotarian, he was able to rise to the rank of governor, and even at the time of his death, he was still volunteering in very many Rotary projects where he was touching lives all over. Of course, we as students of history who know the Black history of Uganda, we know the critical role he played in exposing the evils of the regime of Idi Amin, and where he mobilized very many people to end the brutality that was being meted on Ugandans. We do appreciate him for that. And as a House, we want to thank His Excellency the President for finding it befitting that though retired, this gentleman is given an official burial. Our condolences as a Parliament to the family, to the Chabazinga of Busoga, the people of Busoga, to Rotarians, and to His Excellency the President on losing such a distinguished friend for whose contribution will always be considered as having played a very great role in ensuring that we have a stable and prosperous country. I want to thank you, honorable colleagues.
Transfer of the casket from the central lobby to the chamber.
ICT, can we work on our volume? We are having issues to do with the volume. Please.
The anthems. Item number 3. Sorry, item number 4, laying of wreaths. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. Her Excellency the Vice President. The Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for East African Affairs. The Second Deputy Prime Minister. The Leader of the Opposition in Parliament. The Government Chief Whip. The Chief Opposition Whip. The Forum for Democratic Change. The Democratic Party.
The Honorable Mao.
The Uganda People's Congress. The People's Progressive Party. The National Unity Platform. The NRM Caucus. The Independent Members of Parliament. The Busoga Parliamentary Group. Karamoja Parliamentary Group. Bunyoro Parliamentary Group. Ankole Parliamentary Group, Rotarian Members of Parliament, Honorable Nathan Igeme Nabeta,
Thank you. Honorable colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have family members, family friends, and well-wishers of the Honorable Kyemba Henry family. They've come to join Parliament in paying tribute to the late Honorable. Please join me in welcoming them. On the technical bench, just behind me, we have immediate family members. Mrs. Janet Kyemba, the widow. Mrs. Tezra Wacha, family member. Mr. Henry Nabeta Kyemba, the son. Miss Susan Muwanse Kasede, daughter. Miss Linda Nabidye Kyemba, daughter. Mr. Louis Stephen Kisajja, son. And Miss Delphine Serumaga, family member. They've joined us in paying tribute. Please join me once again in welcoming them. In the VIP gallery, we have a delegation of Rotary leaders from districts 9213 and 9214. They include District Governor Mr. Edward Kakembo, District Governor Mr. Francis Semwanga, District Governor Christine Kawoya, First District Governor Emmanuel Katongore, First District Governor Rosette Nabumba, and First District Governor Honorable Mike Kennedy Sebaru. In us in paying tribute, please once again join me in welcoming them. I'll be recognizing more VIPs once they come in, but also honorable colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon. We have pupils and teachers of Bright Star Junior School from Wakiso District, represented by Honorable Seru Kenya David and Honorable Naru Imabet Esther. They've come to join Parliament in paying tribute to the late Honorable Kyemba. Please join me in welcoming them once again. Yes, thank you. Next.
Item number 5, motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba, former minister and distinguished civil servant.
Thank you. Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, whereas the Parliament of Uganda received with deep sorrow the sad news of the demise of the Honourable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba, which occurred on Thursday, 19th October 2023, aware that Honourable Henry Kyemba Kisajja Magumba had an illustrious and distinguished career, serving in various key positions in the political and public service of Uganda, where he played a crucial and immense role in the pre- and post-colonial administration of Uganda. Noting that Honorable Henry key positions of responsibility, which include the following: Principal Private Secretary to the then Prime Minister of Uganda, H.E. the late Dr. Apollo Milton Obote. 2, Principal Private Secretary to the then President of the Republic of Uganda, H.E. the late General Idi Amin Dada. 3, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Culture and Community Development, 1974 to 1975, Minister for Health, 1974 to 1977, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Justice Attorney General for 1976. F, Minister of State for Animal Industry and Fisheries, 1990 to 1993. Member of the Constituent Assembly, Minister of State, Office of the President, 1994 1996. Member of Parliament representing the people of Jinja Municipality West, Jinja District then, 1996 to 2001, and Secretary and Commissioner, Judicial Service Commission. Recognizing that Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba was a firm advocate and promoter of democracy, good governance, peace, for all, and strengthening public administration, ideas he has stated in his book, State of Blood. Appreciating that Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba was a diligent leader who immeasurably participated in shaping the destiny of Uganda and served Uganda with dedication and patriotism. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament collectively conveys to its deepest condolences to the bereaved family, relatives, friends, the people of Uganda for the loss of a distinguished citizen of this country. And 2, Parliament takes cognizance of the patriotic service and dedicated contribution that Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba has rendered to the people of Uganda. I beg to move.
Thank
Do
you,
I have
Right
seconders?
Honorable. Is the motion seconded?
Do I have seconders?
Honorable Matthias Mpuga, Leader of Opposition. Honorable Zijan David Livingstone, Dean of Independence. Honorable Nambeshe, the Vice President. The Right Honorable Nakadama, the Government Chief Whip. Honorable Bahati, Honorable Nabeta, and the whole House. Thank you. Right Honorable, kindly speak to the motion.
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the whole House for that clear endorsement. Honourable Speaker and the members, on Thursday, 19th October 2023, the country received the unfortunate news of the passing of Honourable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba, former minister in the government of Uganda of Obote I, Idi Amin, and the National Resistance Movement. Honourable Kyemba succumbed to diabetes-related complications at URU Care Hospital in Kampala. Honourable Kyemba was born on 9th December 1909 to Susan Mutekanga and Suleiman Kisajja who served as the colonial administrator in Bunya County, what's the Mayuge district in Busoga. He was the last of the 7 boys. He attended local primary schools and later joined the famous Busoga College Muiri for the Cambridge School Certificate from 1951 to 1956. Subsequently, he pursued further education at Makerere University, where he graduated with the Bachelor's of Arts in History in 1962. He pursued a master's degree in history and a certificate in African Studies from Northwestern University, Evanston, the United States of America. Mr. Speaker and the members, Kyemba's journey in public service and politics began shortly after graduating from the university, marking the start of an eventful and influential life, growing through the ranks from private secretary, member of parliament, and then minister. Kyemba was a distinguished statesman, one of the great senior leaders in this country, whom we should emulate for his patriotism. Kyemba is famously known for the book he authored, entitled State of Blood, the inside story of Idi Amin, which provides a first-hand account of his experience as a Minister of Health in Uganda. Now, Speaker and the members, Kyemba was a dedicated member of the Rotary International Movement. That's why you have seen many Rotarians in the gallery. Became a Rotarian in 1987 as a charter member of the South of the Nile Rotary Club, now in Jinja City. Under Honorable Kyemba's influence and contribution, the Rotary movement grew exponentially, even bigger in Uganda, to now include some 400 clubs as of 2023. That is no mean achievement. At the time of his demise, Honorable Kyemba was a past district governor of Rotary International District 9,200, made up of Uganda, Kenya, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. His contributions and service above self have truly impacted masses in their millions. Mr. Speaker and the members, as a country, we shall remember Honorable Kyemba for being a fixture in Uganda. Derek Peterson, of the American cultural historian from the University of Michigan, he described him as a dedicated civil servant, a courageous critic of Amin's brutality, and a custodian of memory. Now, Speaker and the members, I would like to thank actually the President for according this great statesman an official funeral in recognition of Honor Henry Kyemba's dedicated service to this country. Government wishes to extend profound sympathies to the family. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Leader of Opposition.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, following the events of the past week, I decided that our presence in the House today and we clearly understand where we are coming from. Today, common sense brings us into the chamber to do a befitting task, to pay tribute to a closest figure in the modern political history of our nation, the now fallen Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba. We sincerely condole with the family, the nation, and most personally the Kyabazinga and people of Busoga for the loss of a loyal servant. Right Honorable Speaker, just to assure the House that we came for this sitting and retreat back in our bunker until normalcy returns home. Let Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I must observe, as I stand to second the motion, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, to pay tribute to the late Henry Kyemba, that we have before us an enormous task of portraying the essence of Henry Kyemba, a statesman on one part and a politician on the other. Sometimes that they get mixed, doesn't arise. Some people simply fall as politicians, and the other part of them is a world chess. The late Henry Kyemba, Right Honorable Speaker, always carried an aura of confidence in speech and presentation, owing to his vast experience and exposure. He spoke ably on quite a number of subjects that one of only had to sustain debate with if they were not well grounded. He generously offered time and space to whoever came to him with a thirst to sit down at the feet of a guru to learn. Yet in all this, he commanded high and a disarming sense of simplicity, which endeared him to many. In all, he has had such a giving heart, little wonder that he ended up where his impact was very much felt. He was in all disposition and without a question, a gentleman. Let Honorable Speaker and colleagues, his by all definition has been an illustrious career spanning over 50 years in the public service. He had the privilege shared by a few remarkable Ugandans, such as the late Abu Mayanja and the late Mayanja Nkanji, serving in different regimes, starting in Uganda's newly independent administration in 1962. Between 1972 and the 2000s, he held multiple cabinet roles, as mentioned, the Constituent Assembly, and represented his constituency for 4 terms in the National Parliament of Uganda. He also served on the Judicial Service Commission as a secretary. In other words, Right Honorable Speaker, he had the privilege of serving all the 3 arms of government, which is a rare feat. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, once in 1977, I was barely 2 years. While in exile, as the only option available to save his dear life, he defected to London. He would, in 1986, return to Uganda, convinced, as many notable Ugandans were, that the country would return to normalcy. He might have rightly yearned this experience to use when he was included in the cabinet. I would like to think his heart began to break the moment it sank in that the liberation he had been a part of would become a byword of dictatorship, a gross violation of human rights, deep corruption, and inefficiency, which will result in poverty, disease, brutality, and the collapse of the country's economy. I believe he goes to his eternal sleep, saddened that the dream of many was not to be. Right Honorable Speaker, with a career under one's arm dating as back as independence 1962, when he first joined the public service, the Honorable Kyemba's life is a testament to the notion that public service is noble, and he did tremendously well along the journey. He brought to life the words of Mark Twain, hence, patriotism is supporting your country all the time and your government when it deserves it. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Honorable Kyemba would demonstrate early in life that there was a need to cede political space and pass on the mantle in good time when he chose to retire honorably He availed himself of selfless service as a member of the Rotary International Movement in 1987, rising to charter member of the Source of the Nile Rotary Club in Jinja. As we exercise non-chalency in this house, Honorable Speaker. He would later, in his own words, abridge his action as below. I quote, "I can only give myself as an example. I was in sensitive positions. You know that your president is telling a lie. What do? You immediately say, I ran away, and you would. What I grew up knowing and what I got from the British training was that as a civil servant, you had all the right to advise what was proper. But you must also be aware that the head of government, because of the enormous power they wield, can do what they want. And if necessary, go to Parliament and amend the law." End of quote. But, Honorable Speaker, Parliament as we know it in our times has not been spared by this assertion. And I am afraid we shall one time be called to account for both our omissions and commissions. In finality, Honorable Speaker, late Henry Kyemba and his generation have done their part in building the nation. It is profoundly because of their sacrifice that we exist as an independent nation and in miniature as a parliament. They would have died in vain if we didn't stand tall on our mandate to call our nation to order. It is therefore, right, Honorable Speaker, time we took the mantle and amplified their call for Uganda. They have aspired through the generations or legislate in vain. May the soul of this great son of Uganda rest in eternity. I beg to submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mpuga. Dean of Independence, Honorable John Livingston.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. From the Independence docket, I also rise to second the motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba for his patriotic and dedicated service to the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, Today we pay tribute to a Ugandan with a legacy of an impeccable record of civil as well as political service without a scandal. Assistant Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, no scandal. Private Secretary to the Prime Minister, no scandal. Principal Private Secretary to the Prime Minister, no scandal. Principal Private Secretary to the President, no scandal. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Culture and Community Development, no scandal. Minister of Health, no scandal. Exiled, life in exile, no scandal. Minister of Justice, come Attorney General, no scandal. Minister of State for Animal Industry and Fisheries, no scandal. Constituency Assembly Delegate, no scandal. Minister of State, Office of the President, no scandal. Member of Parliament, no scandal. Secretary and Commissioner, Judicial Service Commission, no scandal. Governor, Rotary District, no scandal. Madivani Foundation, no scandal. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda, through our institutions, such as family, church, schools, et al., needs to revive the factories which manufactured civil servants, public servants, and politicians such as Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba, Mr. No Scandal. May his memory live forever.
Thank you, Honorable Zajan. Honorable colleagues in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have Honorable Anthony Butere, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Lydia Baremezi, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Captain John Otekat, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Florence Mutiabure, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Abara David, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Ben Watcher, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Engineer Gagawara Nelson Wambuzi, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Tarasis Kabwejere, former Member of Parliament. Honorable, please, Honorable Mbagadi Fred Nkai, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Asuman Chiyingi, former Member of Parliament. Engineer Badru Chigundu, former Chairperson, Electoral Commission. Honorable Stephen Tashobia, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Bernard Mulengani, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Saramu Musumba, former Member of Parliament. They've joined us to pay tribute. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I'm going to open up, but I'll start with three people. One, I'll start with the Vice President, Her Excellency the Vice President, to pay her tribute. We are lucky to have a family member in the house, the Honorable Igeme Nathan Nabeta, and then the Honorable Isabije Aga, who is a Member of Parliament, area Member of Parliament. And then, no, but Honorable Batua is the one who brought Honorable Isabije in my office and said, this is the area Member of Parliament today. So, no, please, I will allow you to speak also. So, This was today afternoon. So, so I don't know whether that's a scandal or not. And then after I will open up to the rest of the colleagues. But as the vice president comes in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Hope Senior Secondary School from Mawokota North County MPG. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Kiaga Hilary Innocent and Honorable Nambos Teddy. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you, Your Excellency the Vice President.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would like on behalf of government, on my own behalf, and that of my family, on behalf of the people of Katakwi district, I extend my sincere condolences to the bereaved family of the late Honorable Henry Kyemba. And I would like, Right Honorable Speaker, to thank His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for according Honorable Henry Kyemba an official burial. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kyemba was a distinguished statesman, as already described by the Right Honorable Prime Minister in the motion. Therefore, I stand here to support the motion. May the soul of the Right Honorable Henry Kyemba rest in eternal peace, and may the Lord sustain the bereaved. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, I've got a clarification from Honorable Batua. He has said he's the area member of parliament. Then Honorable Aga is the area member of parliament for the burial grounds. Honorable Nabeta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion, and it is true, actually, yes. Honorable Kyemba used to represent Jinja West, where we shall be for the vigil on the Wednesday. And then, of course, when we go for burial on Thursday, we shall go to Aga's constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, they're both right. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to come here to pay tribute to our late uncle, father, and for some of the people here, grandparents. Mr. Speaker, sir, here lies the last born of 7 brothers, born to Suleiman Kisajja and Susanna Babidizangao. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Kyemba held the flag for us. He was the last man standing, and now he has fallen. But with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the 7 brothers and their descendants up here, just briefly, with DJK David James Nabeta. Then you can stand up, DJK Nabeta.
You can stand up for recognition.
Yes. Of course, Alfred maybe will stand up. You can all stand up in recognition for all the 7 brothers, David James Nabeta, Adonia Katagwa, Lumeki Sada, Elijah Mutiabule, Nelson James Nabeta, Besuri Katagwa, and of course the last born, Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, every time you would spend time talking to Honorable Kyemba and you would mention any of the global powers of his time, he had a personal relationship with those people. If you talked about, for example, Chon In-lai, the former Prime Minister of China, he would tell you the stories about that. If you talk to him about Bill Clinton, he would tell you good personal relation stories about that. If you talked about Billy Graham, the evangelist, he would tell you personal stories about that. That go for Nelson Mandela, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. He will tell you a story about that. For instance, once I was talking to him about Lee Kuan Yew, and actually he told me, actually, you know, we were actually meeting the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, on 25th of January, 1971. And that's how the news came to us that actually there was a coup in Uganda. He was a historian himself, and he was able to give you a story about anything you wanted. And if you look at his career for all the independence of Uganda, for the 61 years of independence, he served this country for 51 years. And of course, as you heard, for those 51 years, he was able to serve 3 presidents. One may wonder and step back and ask, how was Honorable Kyemba able to ascend to such great heights? Suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, everyone needs a mentor. Honorable Kyemba was able to get a mentor in his elder brother, David James Nabeta. David James Nabeta was an educationist. He was teaching at King's College, Budo, and later was transferred to teaching at Busoga College, Miri, the school. Now, Honorable Kyemba was able to interact with the powers that be even before he attended Busoga College, Miri, because David James Nabeta was teaching at Busoga College, Miri. And needless to say, he was at that time when he started going to Busoga College, Miri, as a little brother to David James Nabeta. David James Nabeta was teaching one of the future prime ministers of Uganda at that time. That interaction helped Honorable Kyemba to be able to elevate his understanding of the geopolitics. And in 1954, when Sir Andrew Cohen, the governor of Uganda, appointed David James Nabeta to represent Busoga in the first Legislative Assembly, Honorable Kyemba was able to get more of the experience. By the time Honorable Kyemba finished university in 1962, he was a complete package. He was a statesman. And for some of you actually who dealt with Honorable Kyemba, some of the colleagues who went out, everything for him was a statesman. Even when he was dancing, he was dancing as a statesman. He would take everything as a statesman. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it is from that we were able to learn. There's a unique and peculiar thing that used to happen when my father, Nathan James Nabeta, used to host his younger brother. When he came, my father would vacate his special seat. There was always a small seat next to it, and he would vacate the big seat and he would sit in the smaller seat. And they would have very serious discussions. But what I learned from that is that if you came to talk to them, they would look at you with such fiery eyes that you would have to run away. You'd have to scamper for life because they were in serious discussions. But one day on 4th of January, 2001, I had come to say goodbye to my father. And I found them in discussions. And after I was leaving, Honorable Kyemba looked at his brother, older brother, and pointed at me and told my father, NJ, this young man needs to stand. That is 2001, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of the Nabeta family, I would like to take this opportunity to, through the Vice President, to appreciate His Excellency, the President, for allowing us to have a befitting send-off for Honorable Henry Kyemba. Likewise, I would like to thank the Prime Minister's Office and the Minister of the Presidency for the team you availed to the family members to be able to coordinate to ensure that we have a good send-off for our father, Uncle Kyemba. Mr. Speaker, just a minor acknowledgement to the people who have supported and worked hard. Once again, I'll thank Alfred and Celia Nabeta who came in from New York yesterday. Yes, they flew in from New York yesterday. Dr. Mutiabli and Rose Mutiabli, thanks. Dr. Lume from London, thank you very much. Rai Nabeta, thanks for being a good chairman for the organizing committee. And Kabindi, thanks coming in from Boston. Of course, and the young generation. Mr. Speaker, behind you, you know, you've seen Mr. Honorable Ben Washa up here, but his wife is here. one would wonder why. But Honorable Speaker, Madam here is representing a very good friend, So that's why she's here. And of course, Delphine representing Teresa, Auntie Teresa. Thank you very much. To my uncle, I thank you very much for you served this country. You served this country for a long time through here and from premises around here. It is time to go home. Thank you for your service. Your mother, your brother, your brothers, your sisters, and your father are waiting. Let's go across the river. Godspeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nabeta. Now, Honorable colleagues, I've made a special time allocation to the Honorable Nabeta as a family member, because he could go into details of the family. I request the rest of us to be cautious on time. I will not be limiting you. You limit yourselves. If I see that you don't respect that, then I'll come in and I start limiting you. But the practice is always that we start with the constituency members of parliament, the members of parliament from the area. So let's keep time. Honorable Aga, Honorable Dr. Batu, and Honorable Manjeri. Then I open up to the rest of the colleagues.
For the record, I am with David Aga, the member of parliament, where the rate will be redressed. The member of parliament for the graveyard. And for that, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank you for giving me space to also speak about the rate. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I got to know and interact at length with the rate a few years ago when I was still working at a radio station in Jinja, where I was a talk show host of a radio program which mainly focused on the history of this country. The rate was one of the sources of information whom I relied on in as far as the history of this country is concerned. When dealing with him, I never found any challenges. He could give me information whenever I wanted at ease. And in fact, at times when I failed to get him on phone, I could just call Mama Janet Kyemba, who was also an exceptional woman and supporter. I remember one time asking him how he managed to work in all the regimes since independence. And he vividly told me that he put country before self. So whenever called upon, he was willing to serve. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, this morning, as I was speaking to Honorable Daudi Migereko, former MP for Butembe constituency, who was a great friend of the late, told me how the late was friendly to all and a team player, and recalled when they were still councillors at Jinja Municipal Council. I was told the late was a councillor, together with the Honorable Sechitoreko, Honorable Betty Kamya. Honorable Betty Kamya, the IGG, was also a councillor in Jinja, Honorable Frank Nawiso, Justice Egonda Ntende, among others. And that the late was one person who could reconcile them whenever they had misunderstandings. The late was a great debater during his registration times at Jinja Council and here at Parliament, and mentored many. Honorable Nabeta has just given testimony here. He valued friendship so much, not like us today, who are fond of backstabbing each other. Today, someone is your friend, tomorrow is your sworn enemy. When the Dean was speaking here, he described him as a Mr. No Scandal. Indeed, that was him. How I wish if we can emulate that. I want to salute the late for offering the younger generation direction, knowledge, and we shall always acknowledge you for that. For God and my country, may your soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Batua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I represent a constituency that the late represented in the 5th and 6th Parliament. I lead the opposition on matters of health, and had I been making this statement in the 70s, I would be addressing a colleague the other side, because at the time, he was the Minister of Health and would be talking business outside the Parliament. But that will not be the case, because today he is gone. I've known him as a humble and very obedient politician. Is one of the figures that Busoga as a sub-region is indeed proud of. He associated with people who serve above self, the Rotarians. And in 1996, he participated in the launch of kicking polio out of Africa. And by 2020, indeed, polio was kicked out of Africa. He put up a spirited fight on cancer. Sadly, I do not think it has reached where he desires, or he would have desired to have fought cancer. He's died at a time when our regional referral hospital, Jinja Regional Referral Hospital, which is in his constituency, at least has made a step in the fight against cancer. We have a cancer center that can only test. It cannot treat. But even when it is to do with the testing, it is a bit weak, because we are doing very weak tests like the pap smear, the rapid tests. We don't have a mammography, so we can't test for breast cancers and all that. But these are programs that the government is actually putting in place. They are cascading cancer treatment from the National Cancer Institute down into the regional referral hospitals. How I wish that Jinja is among those regional referral hospitals that actually are earmarked to start with this program. Simply because it's our duty in this sitting and during this motion, above paying tribute, we should ensure that Henry Kyemba, the late, big as the name is, from the Euroj by a family member, and our very good politicians, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga has stated, we need to name one of those centers, either the cancer center or the blood bank, after him, such that his memory stays with us. At an appropriate time, Right Honorable Speaker, it's my prayer that you put a question to the House to amend the motion to include naming the cancer center that is about to be put up in Jinja Regional Referral after him, but government should go on to equip it such that it looks like him. Last but not least, in a special way, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Jane Ruth Acheng. I remember at the time as a member of parliament when I was speaking for our senior cadres. This is a time when the only cardiologist in Jinja Regional Referral was getting transferred to another hospital in another place that I will not name. I put up a spirited fight and informed him that we have senior citizens who normally find it hard traveling to Kampala. We exchanged, it took time. He gave me her position, but at the end of the day, she agreed to maintain the cardiologist in Jinja. So within the limited resources or available resources, at least such favors do a lot towards the life of these people. And related to the late Bishop Bamoze, a very big name also in Busoga, may he so rest in peace. Right Honorable Speaker, I was privy to be the one to drive him from home to hospital. What is common with these high names or big names in Busoga? As I was taking him, he insisted he never wanted to go to a private hospital. We have very good private hospitals in Jinja. He wanted to go to regional referral hospital. He said, take me where the common people receive treatment from. He was a big name with a big family and big people to take care of him, but he insisted on that. So as I end, it is my humble request that we are going into the budget process. Jinja Regional Referral Hospital, this time we've been assured that we are getting a blood bank because there are donors participating in it. We've even shown land. Kirudu Hospital team came and visited and assured us that they are getting us dialysis equipment. We showed them the place to house them. How I pray that this does not only end in paper, but it's implemented, and one of those centers will be named after him. This is more honorable than naming a road after him. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I pray that the soul of the deceased rests in eternal peace.
Thank you. Dr. Honorable Manji, Ruman MP Jinja. The city. Switch on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given to me to pay tribute to our own Honorable Kyemba. Right Honorable Speaker, I was worried when you started mentioning leaders from Ginger City and you were not mentioning me. So I kept on wondering how you could talk about Ginger City and you don't talk about I myself, a senior leader from the city. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that we've lost a great leader who has served this country in different capacities with passion. As Ginger City, I want to say that we've lost a senior resident, a man of wisdom, and a person of value to the people of Ginger. The late Honorable Kyemba has been a man of wisdom, and we've been consulting. We've been going to his place and make consultations about many matters concerning Ginger City, the country at large. And he has been ready and available to offer free information whenever approached. So as Ginger City, we've lost someone so senior, and we shall never remain the same. The late Honorable Kyemba, having served in different governments and in different capacities, during his time as a political leader, he encouraged the value of education, especially to the young people in Busoga and Junja particularly. He helped so many and supported the underprivileged to have scholarships within and outside the country. Unlike nowadays, it is the privileged who gain from the scholarships. As a politician, the late Honorable Kyemba, he has been a big inspiration to many politicians in Busoga and Ginger. He has served his country diligently. And one thing I remember about him is that even him, after quitting active politics, he has remained as a humble man, and he has been living a free life. He has tried so much to avoid getting involved in scandals of fighting his opponents. I remember so well, I want to recognize Mama Janet Kyemba. I contested with her in the recent elections. But even if the late Honorable Kyemba had connections in the government, I didn't see him anywhere trying to disorganize the election process. Even when I won as a family, they congratulated me. Therefore, is a man of no scandal. As a lesson to this government, we should always try as much as possible to avoid persecuting and oppressing our political opponents. I'm very sure, and I do believe, that the late Honorable Kyemba didn't support the kidnaps and abductions that are happening currently in our country. I do believe that when I believe in National Unity Platform and you believe in NRM, we should always disagree on principle. But it is very unfortunate that even nowadays, you ask opposition members of parliament to ask for permission to have prayers, you can imagine. Therefore, as a country, we need to emulate a lot from the late Honorable Kyemba. Right Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank government. I really want to thank government for offering our own late Kyemba a state funeral. But at the same time, as the Busoga region, we should also take the opportunity that you think about Busoga as a region. It is very unfortunate that recently, as the president was in Busoga,
Honorable, conclude, please.
he stood and even wondered, and he said, I really wonder how people of Busoga live in this kind of poverty. Yet we have very capable and intelligent leaders from Busoga. Therefore, for this government, we also need to have development in Busoga, apart from the government offering us official barriers. Thank you.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Nakadama, the Honorable Babaranda, Honorable Brandon, Honorable Haj Idi Isavidia, Honorable Nsaba Buturo, for now. Honorable colleagues, I'm going to give you an opportunity. It's the only item we have today. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support the motion to pay tribute to the late Honorable Kyemba Kisajja Henry, who is a born of Bunya, which is the present Mayuge now. The late Kyemba and his family originated from Mayuge district. But because Honorable Kyemba has been a peace-loving person, there is a lot to say about him, but maybe I can mention one, that in that area of Mayuge, there is a very big chunk of land belonging to them, and parts of that land are occupied by squatters. But we've never had any scandal concerning that land and those who are occupying it. Honorable Kyemba practiced mature politics. In the around 1961 and 1962, Honorable Kyemba's brother, who was the elder brother called Honorable David Nabeta, stood with Honorable Shabani Nkutu, who is also my uncle, during the elections of Busoga Southeast parliamentary seat. But after contesting
2 consecutive times, Honorable Kyemba remained a close friend to the family of the late Shabani Nkutu. And even after the death of my uncle, Shabani Nkutu, the late Honorable Kyemba, whom we are mourning here today, remained in that family and continued supporting them in that situation they were in that time. I want to say that we should continue also practicing mature politics, and we should not bring in the common sense, like it was said by one of the leaders here. At certain times, common sense should be coming in at all times. I thank you. May the soul of the late Honorable Kyemba rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Colleagues in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have Right Honorable Nantongo Ziwa, former Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. He's come to observe proceedings. Thank you. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Proverbs Junior School, Samia Bugwenos, Busia District. They are represented by Honorable Murimba John and Honorable Auma Helen Wandera. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. The Honorable Mire Babaranda, colleagues, I already picked you, so it should be in your order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion, and also I stand here to celebrate the life and achievements of a distinguished statesman, an opinion leader, an elder, a civil servant, a father, and a friend of many, Honorable Henry Kisajja Kyemba. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Honorable Kyemba will always be remembered for his contribution to the liberation of Uganda from the murderous regime of President Idi Amin Dada, where he served as Minister of Health. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, through his book, A State of Blood, he painted an accurate picture of the real crisis which Uganda was in and which needed nationalists to reverse the trend of going into total anarchy. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, besides Honorable Kyemba being a statesman, Mzee Kyemba was a revolutionary and a liberator who contributed greatly in the struggle for a free Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, unlike many elders who retire and become source of conflict and intrigue in society, Honorable Kyemba was a man of peace and of good counsel. I thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for granting him an official burial for his contribution and the rich legacy of a great son of Uganda. And also, I want to thank the National Organizing Committee for steering this function. I wish to extend my sincere condolences to Mama Janet, the widow, Mama Janet Kyemba, the bereaved family, the people of Busoga, and Ugandans at large. Right Honorable Speaker, the Bible says in Revelation chapter 14, verse 13, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord. Henceforth, that they may rest from the burdens of the laborers, and their works do follow them. May the good soul of Honorable Henry Kyemba rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Honorable Brandon, then Honorable Nsababuturo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the 19th day of October, the whole country got dark. A lot has been spoken about this great man, that even when he served, when most of these young parliamentarians were not born, there are certain things that sometimes may not be very easy to speak about someone. Some people die and the rest take a very strong breath. In my traditional language, they will say, at least he's gone. That mouth is gone. But I believe the mouth and the spirit of the Honorable Kyemba will always stay and light. He was a great man. I'll only speak in one aspect because the rest of the political, I have nothing much, Right Honorable Speaker, that I can talk about Honorable Kyemba in line of politics. I never served with him, but I used to look at him. These days, Honorable Speaker, when you are smartly dressed as a young man, they will say, look at this dude. He was indeed a serious dude. If you'd see him in suits, even some of us who have seen him in the old ages, he was a very handsome man, very would be attractive to almost everyone. And I think Mama Janet got a very great opportunity to have that. The Honorable Kyemba loved his institution. As members of Parliament of Soga, we have also been inspired. When I failed to become a priest, I chose this line of joining politics. And he's one of the men that I would look at. And I would always say how I wish I can be like the Honorable Kyemba. There are some objects in the community like trees that are very important and well known to people when individuals are not known. But the Honorable Kyemba has been known. I got a chance yesterday to be in church. I was so humbled when I saw delegation of high-ranked citizens in Uganda that came to pay tribute. I would challenge you, members of Parliament, if we all go. I was joking with someone that if you die, shall we bring you in such honors? But it must be honor that really depict honor. So let's work hard. Let us take examples so that one day we can be very strong men and women like the Honorable Kyemba. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kyemba loved his kingdom so much. He really fought so much to see that we recover, restore the kingdom. It's very unfortunate that on the 18th day of November, we hoped and thought that you would be with us to rejoice as we receive one of the finest women in the world, the Inevant of Busoga, which has not happened. But for those of you who are looking to make the Honorable Kyemba happy and also know that you are reflecting the confidence and support of the kingdom, please join us on Friday with a royal dinner at Kololo, and also come and be happy with the Chabazing on the 18th, and that will be happiness for the Right Honorable Kyemba. Right Honorable Kyemba, rest in peace. God be with you till we meet again.
Thank you, Dr. Nsababuturo.
Mr. Speaker, this moment is like no other moment in the history of not only this parliament, but our country. For we are witnessing the paying of tribute to one of the finest men this nation has had. And finest in every sense, Mr. Speaker. He belonged to that tradition of men and women who never believed in accumulation of wealth as an objective, a primary objective. He believed in serving this nation to his best ability. Mr. Speaker, his character signature was amazing and an inspiration to all of us. A man of tremendous integrity, the kind of which we do not see these days. And it behoves us, Mr. Speaker, to remember that the morality of which the late did represent is one that is going to cause this nation to be stable, to be prosperous, to be secure, and ultimately prosperous. Mr. Speaker, the question that comes to mind that I believe every member must be wrestling with is, when it comes to my time to leave this planet Earth, will they be saying the kind of things they are talking about the late Henry Kyemba? That should be a central question that should occupy our minds, Mr. Speaker. For this man we now are seeing off had a tremendous character and contributions that clearly have endeared him to this kind of accolade that we are all giving him. I want to join others, Mr. Speaker, in thanking the President for acknowledging the tremendous contributions that he did make. And I believe it should be standard practice that those men and women who serve this nation selflessly are rewarded in every way that seeks to encourage others to do the same. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing off a man that has been acknowledged as Mr. No Scandal. What a challenge to all of us. To those who have conscience must acknowledge that that is the kind of tribute that all of us should be working for. It's not something that comes by just like that. You have to work for it. And if I dare say, Mr. Speaker, finally, the challenge our country is facing now is one that increasingly is indicating a shortage of men and women of integrity. That invites this nation to a situation of instability if we're not careful, a situation of insecurity if we're not careful, and ultimately more underdevelopment. Our brother represented the ideal, and the ideal that we should all be aspiring to. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we commiserate with Mr. Kyemba and family, and I want also to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is our primary duty to serve this nation to our best ability. Henry Kyemba did, we too can do it. I beg to move.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, before I invite Honorable Haj Idi, I want first pick on a few seniors who were with him in CA. I think it's very important for us to bring on board. So Honorable Cecilia Ogwar, Honorable Mushemeza, Honorable Naomi Kabasharira. Yes, Honorable Mushemeza was in CA. Honorable Naomi Kabasharira. No, this group wasn't in CA. Please, I'm looking for those who are in CA. You're hearing the qualification for speaking. Even Honorable Mao is not standing up. Okay, so if you were Felix Honorable Kotogong, you were, then I will allow Honorable Kotogong, Honorable Ekanya, Honorable Katuntu, Honorable Nandara, Honorable Baba, Honorable Bajire, and Honorable Rumumba. And then I come here. Yes. So please, let's do quick and Honorable Cecilia Ogwar.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving us opportunity to pay tribute to our dear brother and friend, Henry Kyemba. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the movers of the motion and the seconders. So I stand here to second this motion and also to let you know that you may not realize that I was actually very closely associated to Henry Kyemba. He was my brother-in-law. Why? Because my husband, Mr. Smart, went to that school. Went to that school, and that's why the first Deputy Prime Minister has always had an eye on me because I'm the sister-in-law. And I always made sure that she does not report me wrongly to the brother. So, Janet, you are my sister-in-law, and I stand to mourn with you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to let you know that these Basogas produce different kinds of children. They are those who are very diplomatic, very humble, very handsome, very everything. And there are those who are very cantankerous, very proud, very... And Right Honorable Speaker, I always used to ask Kyemba, why is he different from the Basoga I know? Because I was closely associated with John Kironda, Sam Teungwa, and these were very proud, arrogant, loud-speaking Basoga. And then you have the Kyembas, and it makes you wonder, are these children produced in Busoga or what? That has been my mystery, and I'm still battling with it. But I thank God, because my husband went to that great school, so I have a very diplomatic husband, very good-looking man. That's why he's called Mr. Smart. And I want to thank that school for bringing up that husband for me. Right Honorable Speaker, I must say that in the Constituent Assembly, where we associated closely with Henry, we found it difficult to associate with people who are members of the movement. The core members of the movement, even if socially they were friendly to us, they tried to avoid us. And I made a mistake one day. I took one of the ladies to the washroom, and I was trying to guide her how to navigate debates concerning problems in the North. Little did they know that one of the senior members of the movement was on the other side of the washroom, who listened to our conversation. And that lady was battered because of that. So the situation was hard, but I want to thank God. Whenever we met Henry Kyemba, he would talk to us like one of us. Every time we met Matthew Rukakaire, he would comfort us and encourage us. These are the characters of Ugandans we really need. It is not about my view, but it's about who I am. So I'm very grateful to Henry Kyemba to have associated with us at a very difficult time when politics was hard. When I see people now, they love talking the way he's doing, and I look back, I said, oh my Lord, I wish he was with us there. And so I'm glad that at least I'm thanking my brother, because he will look for Ben Wache, he will look for Dr. Kulepak, he will look for me, he would joke with us, he would openly be proud to be seen talking to us. But the rest of the people avoided us. For bad or good reasons, I don't know. So I want to thank him for that. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also want to say that while I'm thanking the President for giving Henry Kyemba a befitting send-off, we should not forget our history. And even we who are gathered here, we should pick up something from history. Many of us who come from the North or who closely associated with Obote, we could have hated Kyemba. And in fact, many people talked many things about Kyemba. Some people thought maybe he knew about the coup, because the moment the coup took place, he flew back and left the boss. But I want to say, Henry Kyemba, by virtue of taking up a job with Idi Amin, saved many lives. And I want to give you my personal testimony. Henry Kyemba, as PPS to Idi Amin, the day that my husband was picked up because he was the head of the youth in the Ministry of Culture and Community Development. He was accused of recruiting the youth to overthrow Idi Amin's government. And in my desperate situation, that time when you were picked up and put in the boot, you are finished. My husband was picked from home, and we knew that was the end of him. But God gave me courage that night. I picked up a phone, called Henry Kyemba in State House. And Henry Kyemba received my call. And I told him, your brother, Mr. Smart, has been taken, and I'm sure he's killed. By who, I don't know. And Henry Kyemba allowed me to talk to the president direct, Idi Amin. And I told Idi Amin, you have taken my husband and you have killed him. So Idi Amin said, how? When? I said, I gave him the time by 5:15. He was picked from home by car number this and that. He has been taken and killed. So he said, have you seen the body? I said, no. He said, okay, give me time, I'll find out. Right Honorable Speaker, I was a young woman with just one child. And that night, I didn't know what to do. I was cursing God why I got married. But all the same, in the morning, my husband was brought home. Henry, I thank you. You left before your brother, but I thank you for keeping Lamech alive. And on that night, Lamech was already taken to Singapore cell. Whenever you were taken to Singapore cell, that very night you are taken for slaughter. And Mr. Lamech qualified for Singapore cell. So when he was traced in the morning and brought home, he was from Singapore cell. So that's the more reason why, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to thank my brother. Although I said it many times when he was alive, but it's good I'm sharing it with you now because some of you may not even know. Because of that, I was appointed ambassador to serve in Germany and I think Vatican. And I had nowhere to go. I talked to Jack Duonga, who was the PS. Jack Duonga said, Cecilia, pray first. Then I talked to Henry Kyemba. Henry Kyemba said, let your conscience talk to you. That statement was enough to caution me not to take up the job. So, Speaker, I did not take up that job. Instead, Bernadette Law was appointed because I declined to take up the job. So Henry Kyemba, by taking up a job with Idi Amin, let us not condemn him, because by being there, he saved many lives. I think let me speak for him, because he cannot speak for himself now. I want to thank the President, Museveni, for giving us opportunity to pay tribute to Henry Kyemba. It would have been unfair if this man went quietly. He has left us something. But can he extend that also to people like Agrawori? Can he really extend that also to Agrawori? Supposing tomorrow you hear that your brother, whom you like so much, your mentor, Ben Watcher, is gone. Then we say, oh, let's contribute something. And, you know, such people who have contributed so much, we can't just let them go quietly as if they are thieves. We have been told, Mr. No Scandal. Such characters who are Mr. No Scandal, and I'm sure Miss No Scandal, are very many with us. So when they go, even Speaker, even if you give us just 1 hour to say something, let's say something, so that we record as Parliament the good things they have left with us. Finally, I want to say that Kyemba can the government try to utilize the wealth of knowledge and experience such characters have? When we have political turbulence like we have now, and you sit people down like Matthew Rukakaires and people like the Henry Kyemba when he was still alive, and they sit down and talk about Uganda, they would give you good, pure advice. Many people, if you seek their opinion now, they're just protecting their jobs. They can't tell you the truth. So we really need a genuine council of elders who can guide this government on how to move forward. May God bless us all. My sister Janet, we stand with you, and I will tell Mr. Smart, your brother-in-law, that I have seen you personally. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Sosirogwa. Thank you, Honorable Mshemeza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I knew the late Honorable Kyemba when I was still in school. But we interacted more during the Constituent Assembly. And at that time, the activities were at Conference Center, Serena. As I interacted with Henry Kyemba, I realized he had special skills. He was a man of experience. He was a man of skill and a man of competence. And I should add, he was a man of determination. Honorable members, you know, where there is a determination, failure cannot dismantle the flag of success. That was Henry Kyemba. I also interacted with him and asked him directly how he managed to serve 3 presidents with various characters, experience, and visions. And he told me that he was able to do that because he was trustworthy. That you have to be trustworthy. He also told me you have to respect authority. In the contemporary society of ours, even when you read social media, you don't see respect of authority and elders. He told me you have to respect authority. And he added, you must not be corrupt, zero tolerance to corruption. When I was appointed the deputy chairperson of NRM Electoral Commission, and for quite some time I was a de facto chairman, I interacted with him again. He told me, this is an opportunity for you to prove that you are not corrupt. And I assured him that I would serve without taking a shilling from a contestant, aspirant, or any candidate during my time. That was his advice, and I stood for it. And that was in my office at Chandodo Plot 10. As he walked out, Honorable Nadur entered. That elder asked me, what have you been discussing with this experienced man? I told him he has been mentoring me on how to avoid corruption in this sensitive job. You know how Honorable Nadur, he laughed and said, we have thrown you into a lake, we want you to swim and come out. But the lesson I picked there is that when you are given a sensitive job or responsibility, it's an opportunity for you to prove yourself. Right, Honorable Speaker, even when there is turbulence in this house, it is an opportunity for you. And I want to say, you have been able to lead us very well in this house. And I'm sure if Honorable Kyemba was alive, he would say, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for managing the house, even when there are turbulences. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kyemba was a scholar. In the field of academic intellectuals, we say, you either publish or perish. Honorable Kyemba has not perished, he published. I've been hearing people quoting from him. He will live forever because he has published. And this is, I want to encourage the intellectuals who are here, not only to concentrate on legislation, have time to note something at an appropriate time, publish. When you publish, you will not perish. Finally, you see, in the field of economics, there is a principle where you really have to balance. You balance various, it is called optimization principle. Balancing the interests of institution, balancing the interests of leaders, balancing the interests of voters. Honorable Kyemba was an optimizer. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank our government. And I also want to agree with Honorable Sirio Gwar that there are many more citizens we need to recognize. We should not wait to recognize them when they are dead. And a medal alone is not enough. Actually, some of the people who have received medals, they ask us, what is accompanying the medal? Yeah, we need to look beyond the medals and thank our elders. Look beyond partisan lines and respect our elders when they are still alive. And I'm happy to see them here, the representatives of our elders up there. They deserve respect when they are still alive. With those few words, Honorable Kyemba, rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Naume Kabasharira. Honorable Magode Ikuya, Honorable Jennifer Namuyangu. Honorable Jennifer Namuyangu had Honorable Kyemba in the NRC. So, yes, the ones I mentioned, I would pick you. Colleagues, you see why it's very important to pick colleagues who worked with him. So they help us, Honorable Baba and team, they help us to bring us on board. So I'll be trying to do a mix. I pick on those elders and then Honorable Kabasharira.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to talk about this great man of Uganda, Honorable Kyemba. Honorable Speaker, I got a rare chance. I call it rare because there are few here who got it, to work closely with Honorable Kyemba and to put the record clear. I came to this parliament in the 5th parliament, that is National Resistance Council. Yes. It's not CA. I always see it is Honorable Mama Butsia who says that I am the youngest. When I also came to this parliament, Honorable Speaker was also young by that time, just from school. And therefore I bring condolences from National Resistance Council, the 6th Parliament, and myself. Condolences to the family and to this country. When I came to this parliament, Ntungamo had just elevated to the district status. And I had just finished school and people called me. I even didn't know how members were elected to parliament. I even didn't know. But some people told me it is this and that. And I ended up coming unopposed. So when I came, people normally escort you in. It was a by-election. Why people mistake me that I went to CA, I came around the same time. So I was here for 1.5 years and we went back for elections for the 6th Parliament. So when I was brought in, it was a by-election. Honorable Kyemba by then was a minister. But despite being a minister and me being young, and I had never seen him, I did not know him, he was among the few people who walked me in to the speaker. That's why I say that I got an honor, and I feel happy that I can now testify about his goodness. Honorable Speaker, that experience tells me a lot about what I see around. I traveled with Honorable Kyemba to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting conference. He was a diplomat. He was a man of etiquette, good etiquette. And honorable members, especially the men, you need to emulate a gentleman. When a woman is somewhere, you move in a bus or where, you don't sit before a woman sits. You need to be gentlemen, diplomats. And for decades, you could see he was actually a very neat man, very neat and very smart. Very neat and very smart. And you could even read it on him when you sit with him on table. Honorable Speaker, I don't want people to mistake me, but some people don't have etiquette when you sit on the table to eat. We need to emulate this kind of gentleman. He was a gentleman, he was a diplomat, he was neat and a great man and very clever. A Rotarian. For me to know about Rotary, it was Honorable Kyemba. He was a very good Rotarian. He lived Rotarian. He moved Rotarian. He ate Rotarian. Every time you'd move, you would find him with these neat badges. He was so decorated. And I would times ask, why don't you give me one? He said, you join a Rotary. He actually encouraged me to join Rotary, although I never joined. Probably in his remembrance, I should join the Rotary. And Honorable Speaker, I benefited from his being a Rotarian. He had gotten some items, I think donated, and it was supposed to be for a certain given area, I think in Busoga. But because he used to take me as his child here in Parliament, so I convinced him. And I want to tell you that he gave me books, very good books, which they had donated, and I took them to Ntungamo, because by then I was representing Ntungamo district. I therefore really, we shall miss him, but he has lived a good life. As Honorable John said, no scandal. I don't know him as a scandalous person. When we just came, we formed a young parliamentary group, and the qualification would be either you are the first, this is your first time to be in parliament, or you are a young person. He wasn't, because he had been in parliament before, but because he used to associate with young ones. Honorable Kyemba used to move with us, used to advise us, and Honorable Mao is there to testify. That was in the 6th Parliament. I therefore wish him a good rest, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you so much.
Mzee Ikuya.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I've managed to come here today in order to pay tribute to this very illustrious person whom we are now remembering. Normally I have difficulties even of walking, but I'd to trudge in just to say, to have these few words. As an elder, in fact, I'm now also, I'm accorded these days the respect of an elder. Because it happens that only some years back, I still thought I was active and strong. But over recently is when I realized that I was going down. In my village, you say, you do not know when you grow old until you begin seeing your daughter smiling at some people. This is when you begin knowing that you must change. If you had been going to nightclubs, you stop it because you know the era has changed. So today, at first I did not know that these are the norms. But when I first joined politics, I joined politics as a young person. Not in the same style as the honorable members of parliament who are probably seated here in front of me. With them, they joined politics, and some of them became honorable immediately. But mine, I took a long, long time even to peep in here. By the way, even here, I just peep in as a, I don't know whether I'm called honorable or what, but I just peep in because I happen to be ex officio. But I've never really acquired the name honorable. But now that I've been sworn in, which you did, I just want to give a personal statement of this, to the tribute of this late, in the sense that I did not personally associate with him in terms of having a personal testimony for me to offer to you today. But I did see him from the horizon of my time, because I saw him rising there until he reached a level where I could not fail to recognize him. And it's that which I wanted to just take a few minutes to enable the honorable members of parliament also to take it as my personal testimony. I joined politics not in terms of looking for positions or places in the government, but in terms of trying to articulate some social affairs which were concerning our communities. And the process of that, we began associating. And that's how we joined in UPC at the time. And I was a member of the Dallas Conference in UPC in 1964, I think it was 64, in Gulu, where we walked out. We walked out after we saw some of the things which require a lot of stories to be told. We walked out. I don't know whether we walked out like you also did. I'm told some of you are also walking out. But with our walking out was principled. It was very clear that we had to walk out because we did not support certain ways of doing certain things. By then, therefore, this took me as a young person on a new trajectory where I met other colleagues with whom we were sharing same ideas. Therefore, we did not at that time have knowledge of people who were seen to be big. The Prime Minister, the ministers, the honorable members of parliament. By then, Henry Kyemba was in government, a top-placed civil servant. Certainly, we did not even know them personally. We had to keep keep a long distance away from them. But in the process of our trying to do certain things is when we discovered him during Amin's time. During Amin's time, when a lot of dirty things went on, atrocities, and therefore he did one remarkable thing which really brought us into a lively debate and discussions about Idi Amin, although we knew much more than that. That was his book, which you are now calling The State of Blood. Now, The State of Blood was not just telling of history. It was actually telling a conscience. Only a few people at that time would have the conscience to tell the truth as it should be done. I don't know about now, but by then, whoever had some conscience was either killed or had to be very low. You had to be as low as an envelope. And that is what we were doing. With us, we were as low as an envelope. Although we would be traveling from here to Dar es Salaam, meeting up a few other people, but connecting certain ideas with the rest of the other country. In the process, his book.
Honorable, conclude, please. Just switch on and conclude.
I was taken up now by telling stories. And maybe it's also maiden speech, Mr. And I thought it's also a good, it's normally parliamentary etiquette that maiden speeches are allowed. But anyway, because today is not the day for maiden speeches, I want only to say that the foreign person whom we are having here has left a great mark, in the sense that, one, he left us a book called State of Blood, which was a very conscientious research on Idi Amin, and helped us to struggle against Idi Amin very well. Number two, he had also personal sacrifices. He made personal sacrifice to write that book. Because under Idi Amin, if you did that, you had to go away as he did, you must have personal sacrifice that you pay. But thirdly, he has, as you are saying, he was a Mr. No Scandal. And the fact that he remained no scandal, therefore, to me, he carries part of our tradition. The tradition which we had, the struggle for a better Uganda, which he reflected in his personal attributes. And I wish if all of us were able to carry on the same attributes, I think this is when we'll be able to give him a fair send-off. The send-off is not enough just in words. I think we should also do it in deeds. Thank you. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, of course, it's a very big opportunity for some of us to listen to such an elder telling the history, people who are there as witnesses, who saw whatever went on in the country, and would want to give more and more time. But unfortunately, you know, we have more people who would want to make a contribution. But we really appreciate you, Honorable Ikuya. In the public gallery this afternoon, colleagues, we have students and teachers of Musana Vocational High School from Iganga Municipality. They are represented by Honorable Mugema Peter and Honorable Kauma Sauda. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. We have also been joined by our very own former colleague here, the Honorable Felix Kraije. He has come to observe proceedings of this house. Honorable Namuyangu, then Honorable Kotobong.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to join colleagues to pay tribute to a gentleman, a son of Africa, who lived a very, very focused and purposeful life. In 1994, I got an opportunity to join Parliament as one of the first youth MPs representing Eastern Uganda. And the 5 youth MPs, 4 were girls. Dr. Kyemba, Honorable Bintu, Namuyangwa, and Honorable Nampera. And only one, Honorable Tiv Mark, was a boy. And of course, we're joining people who were mature, rich, educated, and we had to look for people to look up to. So we saw a gentleman, well-dressed, ever smart. He spoke less, but he was a diplomat. He mentored us, he nurtured us, and guided us. And therefore, we had to make a contribution to the country. I want to salute him. He was a minister for Uganda, because when we came in, he was Minister of State for Presidency, and he served everybody equally. He was a peacemaker. He served his country diligently with humility, and many of us learned a lot from him. And that's why up to now, we still serve this country. Right Honorable, I thank you for the opportunity, but I also want to salute General Museveni and his comrades who ushered in peace. We are hearing stories of people who are still looking for the remains of their own. But here we are, Mama, Mrs. Kyemba, and your children, the family, you have an opportunity to bury Kyemba. We want to salute you, Honorable Kyemba, for the contribution you made to this country. May the good Lord reward you and sustain your family. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Namyangu. I'll have Honorable Okotogong, Honorable Katuntu, Honorable Nandama Fabi, Honorable Baba, Honorable Rumumba, Honorable Isabedi Idi, Honorable Mbayo, Honorable Bajire, Honorable Asamu.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, I stand here to pay tribute to a gallant son, a great leader, a patriot, and a true Ugandan. I first met the late when I joined Parliament in 1996 as a young person. We had just left Makerere University with my colleague, Honorable Mao Norbert, and we joined Parliament to make a contribution to this country. So when I reached here, as my colleague said here, most honorable members were very old members, highly intelligent, with impeccable record. So it was even very difficult to fit within that parliament. These are people who have worked for so many years. These are people who have been to exile. These are people who have money. They are everything. But for us, we are young men and women. So when I joined, I was actually mentored by the late because of his character, because of his demeanor, and his way of doing things. When you are around him, you will find peace and comfort. When you are around him, you will be guided and sincerely guided. I remember when I joined NRM, because I came as UPC, people who believe in multi-party politics. So in 1998, I decided through his wisdom and guidance to join the NRM. And as a strong leader then, there are the people who supported me to take the chair of NRM Parliamentary Caucus. I was actually the chief whip that time. I belonged to the political high command that time. And I got wisdom from him. One situation was so difficult and complicated for me. When Honorable, the right, His Excellency, the former candidate, then I was directed by the High Command to write to him and the caucus to listen to him. So when I wrote my letter to basically, he declined to appear. Then I was guided that I should use Salim Saleh, then his wife, Winnie Byanyima, so that we meet. In my presence, I took an elder, Henry Kyemba, to join me. And we met at the hotel up there, the hotel that it was called Conference, I mean, the Nile Hotel. So that time, my good brother, basically, also declined to appear. So we are at a very complicated moment. Before we could move, our brother declared his position as a presidential candidate. So we were at the Hard Rock. But we got good guidance from Honorable Henry Kyemba because of his controlled temperament, because of his vision, and because of his humility. He guided us that let's give him a time, we proceed. Honorable members, I want to inform this country and this parliament that we can only get good leaders when we take trouble to identify leaders. Honorable Henry Kyemba was identified by the former president, Milton Obote, when he had just completed his university, 1962, to serve as his private assistant. And he was elevated to be his principal private secretary until Obote was disposed. Henry Kyemba became a Lango man. And that's why he was very close to me. Because he believed the people of Lango are nationalists. Because in the house of Obote, there were very few Lango people, Lango. Not Langi, we call them Lango. There is no Langi in the Lango. We call Lango. So that time you get Rugunda, you get him, you get Mutabile, you get everyone, including Museveni. Because he told me Museveni did an interview in public service. He was identified to be a very intelligent and focused young person. He wanted to serve in the foreign service, but he was advised to come and serve in the office of the president. Because President Milton Obote wanted intelligent, honest, and clear young people to join in his office. And from that time, he advised me that if we are to be good leaders, I think you should listen to me today. If we want to be good leaders, we must learn to listen. He told me why President Museveni has taken long in power. It takes time to listen. You can tell him whatever you want. It will take his time to listen. The second point is that you must compromise. In humility, accept to stand low, to lay low. In humility, and allow to compromise. And I want to advise our brothers who are in the opposition. This is the time for us to come together as Ugandans. This is the time we must discuss our issues here in Parliament. And I want to request my brother who is chairing Parliament very well, the Speaker, allow the opposition time to speak. We want to hear them. We want to hear what they would provide to this country. And we want to discourage issues of mere politicking. Uganda is our country. We must serve it. Whether you're in opposition or in government, we must serve it. And therefore, in conclusion, my elder brother, we thank you for your good service to this country. We thank you for being diligent. We thank you for being honest. And we thank you for loving the late President Milton Obote. And the people of Langon will always remember you. And rest in peace. May God.
Thank you. Honorable Abdu Katuntu. Then Honorable Mafabi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Given me this opportunity to pay tribute to Mzee Honorable Henry Kyemba. Right Honorable Speaker, it has been very long since I watched a debate in this house like today. I've been sitting here looking at all of you, and I say, what baka is this that bites you? And you don't speak like you are speaking today. That anybody outside there watching us is looking at us with pride that those are members of Parliament. Speaking about national issues, you are all speaking with one voice as leaders of this country. What goes wrong? Anyway, let me speak about Mzee Kyemba. Right Honorable Speaker, from my region, we donated one of our finest lying there with impeccable integrity. Honorable Zijan is baptizing him Mr. Scand, Mr. No Scand. And today, that is going to be a vocabulary, I'm sure. Even on social media and papers, you'll hear Mr. Scand or Mr. No Scand. When somebody dies, colleagues, when we are speaking, it's not about him, it is about us whom he has left behind. What lessons do we pick out of his life? This politics of extremism. By the way, when Right Honorable Speaker, let me tell you a story. I sit in this particular seat because in the 7th Parliament, one person inspired me to sit here. And is the husband of that lady seated there, Tezira Wacha. That one. This was Honorable Ben Wacha's seat. And that's why you occupy it. The shoes are too big, but I'm trying. Just look at all of us and say, 20 years today, what would they be speaking about me in Parliament? Let me speak about Kyemba, not others. He did serve the Obote regime. My late father was honored to have served with him in the same office, President's office. They had a difference of opinion which they never resolved actually, because my father didn't agree with him. And I don't want to be cantankerous according to the Honorable Cecily Ogwal. Those who come from Busoga, others are very cantankerous. And I don't know where she characterizes me, whether I'm one of the others or like Henry Kyemba, but that I leave that to her judgment. The regime he served subsequent to the Obote regime was the Idi Amin regime. All of us know it is the most problematic regime ever in the history of this country. How do you serve a problematic regime and live without a scandal? How? And it is a lesson to us who serve regimes. Don't associate yourself with the mistakes of the regime. That is why Henry Kyemba today, the testimony is, even when he was serving Amin's regime, he was saving lives like that one of Smart Ogwal. That is what is remembered. I see some of you it's wrong. Please don't, for heaven's sake. What they'll be speaking about you is exactly that. If there's something going wrong in a country, we are all cooked as Ugandans. It takes sober voices, like the one of Honorable Kyemba, to tell Amin, please, there is this, why can't you sort it out? And the soul is saved. Regimes commit mistakes every other day. But sober people in those regimes help sometimes. Sometimes they're overwhelmed and there's nothing you can do about it. But if you are serving a regime and it's committing a mistake and you have a voice, please say this is wrong. You may say it internally. You don't have to go in the newspapers or social media. But we expect you, when you have an opportunity, to point it out. How do you, for heaven's sake, somebody saying one person has been kidnapped, and you come to the house and say, no, it hasn't happened. What's the difference between you and that one who served Amin and committed the crime? Colleagues, Honorable Kyemba was a great statesman. Why? Whereas Fasoga can own him naturally because he came from our place. By the way, his first primary school, Right Honorable Kadaga, was in Busesa Primary School in Bugweri. The foundation of education is Bugweri. And indeed, many of big Basoga personalities, it is Bugweri founded, including Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. She's our daughter from Bugweri. We donated Hanikam, isn't that so? Including Right Honorable Nakadam. She's from Bugweri. Donated you in Mayuge. Yes, I am. Ask her. She's from Bugoya. And you can go on whether I talk about one Mechibedi, Ruuliza Kirunda, Chirunda Chiveinda, mention it. And yours, the truth, of course. So, for us, at that time, that school, Busesa Primary School, produced some of the best. And we are really happy that we donated that Henry Kyemba to this country. The testimony of Naneba Soga, because, Right Honorable Speaker, 60% of the people who have spoken today are Naneba Soga. So it ceases even to be a tribal issue. How many of you are beyond your small little tribes, clans? Everybody wants to say, me Musoga, me Monyankore, me Lango. This me Lango in this parliament doesn't work. We should be saying we Ugandans. We Ugandans. And that man, that is why he managed to serve the Rotary movement. Because it was service beyond self. And in the Rotary, they don't know their tribes. In the Rotary, they don't know their tribes. In the Rotary, they don't know their religions. They don't. And that's why you see them as nationalists, as statespeople. Honorable Kyemba, soft-spoken. By the way, was not a good orator, but he was a communicator. A communicator. Knowledgeable. That is an encyclopedia lying in that coffin today. My young brother Nathan has just talked about it. You can ask Henry Kyemba anything, and he'll have, as I conclude, Right Honorable, he'll have an answer. So, as a country, we are losing one of our finest. Honorable Kyemba, travel well. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Nandara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here. I come from the only school in this country called the Busoga College, Mwiri, whereby on 30th September, we had a homecoming for old boys. And that's a meeting where all old boys go to the school. And in the announcement, they said, Honorable Henry Kyemba is not going to be present today, is not well. Because every day, every time we have been in Mwiri, he's present. And the reason why he comes to Mwiri was to talk to old boys that you need to be a Mwirian because Mwiri produces leaders. And I want to tell you, Mwiri produces what? Leaders. It produces presidents, it produces prime ministers, it produces leaders of opposition, it produces ministers, it produces PSS. Honorable Speaker, you missed to have been in Mwiri because you would have been beyond this. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you so much for having supported this, to have Honorable Kyemba to be here. Mr. Speaker, of course, there's somebody saying who are the president, the ministers. I will elaborate them later, but I'll tell you those. Mr. Speaker, a leader like Honorable Kyemba is here of rare species. If you read his biography, when he came back during the National Resistance Council, he became a councillor. He became a what? Some of you members of parliament here, when you're walking, you're even advertising on the road. I am a member of parliament. I'm honorable so and so. But what are you doing which makes you honorable? I want to tell you, some of you need to copy people like Henry Kyemba. In fact, you need to come to Mwiri to study and know how leaders should behave. My mother talked about that who are Mwiri boys. Mwiri boys, you just see them on the face and how they talk. Mwiri boys are bright. Mwiri boys are intelligent. Mwiri boys have integrity. Mwiri boys are willing to help. Mwiri boys have everything you need from a human being. Mommy, when we saved your husband, that was Mwiri saving. Because Mwiri's motto says, Kurakatonda negwanga lyafe, for God and our country. Then from there, when Prime Minister, who became a president of Uganda, Dr. Milton Obote, who was in Mwiri, he instead now came and copied our motto and changed from ours to my country. In fact, Mwiri should sue the government of Uganda for having taken their motto without paying them. Now, why am I bringing that? Mr. Speaker, you can see such schools bring people. Where are they now? Where are they now? Those schools, you have heard my mother, Sisi Ogwaro, saying, Mr. Smart came from Lango in the village. Nandala came from Obusamaga in the village. And they cannot even pronounce their names. So the days of Henry Kyemba should open the government of Uganda that it's time to go back and review the education system in Uganda, starting with those original schools which would pick bright children When you are very bright, you would pass and go to Kisubi, go to Teso College. But where are they now? They are now on zero grazing. And that's why you are coming up here that we should teach people patriotism. Because they don't know Mugisu. If you're in Arua, they only know themselves because of zero grazing. Mr. Speaker, in Mwiri, when you go there, you will get a note spot showing you prominent people who have passed through the school. And first of all, they say those who passed well, those who were head boys, head of schools, of course. Those when you pass very well in that school, become head of school, prefects, and mention. Mr. Speaker, when you go there, of course, you'll see our names there. Yes, I can confirm you're one of them. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm Honorable Kyemba is well known. And when he was coming to school, we talked to the boys about how to behave. Recently, I think one of the meeting where we had many of them, we had Honorable Abud Katundu, you missed this one. We had the late Chive Ginger. We had Professor, who was the vice chancellor in Makere, Professor Chiria. We had our brother Ruhakana Rugunda. My dear Ruhakana Rugunda is our product. So when they came on that day, unfortunately, of course, eventually COVID came. But we sang, and they said, I wish Uganda would bring their people to learn what people in Mwiri learn. And I want to ask those in the government that when you're in those offices, please remember that you will leave it one day. But when you leave it, what have you left there? Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude on this one. My grandfather, when they had overthrown Obote, there was a man who was being hidden in one of the bedrooms. I would go there, I would run away. I asked my grandfather, why is this man here? He said, keep quiet. This man saved my sons. Of course, that's my father and my uncles who went to exile a bit. He's the one who made us get some sugar. I wish Moses Ali was available here, would have been a testimony to this. And because he was in those offices, he is not one of those who participated in the killing. So I have saved him. I'm waiting for a way how I can take him out of this country. And indeed, that gentleman was driven. My grandfather, unfortunately, never told me where he dropped him. But later on, it was Moses Ali who was telling me that your grandfather saved one of us. Unfortunately, he's not well. But I would say, those of you who are in those offices, use them well to save others. Don't use them to prosecute others. Don't use them to kill. Because Henry Kyemba, when he came back, Mommy saved our father, Mr. Smart. So for that point, we cannot say he did bad. It is God who said, for you go back to save Mr. Smart, among others. So we should pray for him that God, if there's anything he has made which is not right, forgive him. He has been here for us. God, recently when I met him in Dr. Matiabula's hospital, I'd gone there for a dental issue. He said, Nandal, I need to meet you and give you more wisdom. I said, I thought I have wisdom. He said, you don't have everything. Unfortunately, I have not got all of it. So I'm going to look for Dr. Matiabula, the dentist, to tell me what knowledge you were supposed to give me. But that man, as they said, has gone with knowledge. I hope Basogas have got some of it, but some of us, Abajisu, have got some of it. We wish to use this knowledge to develop this country. And that's what I'm saying. God forgive him if he has committed any what? Crime. And God, as he's coming to you, just welcome him. It is one-way traffic. We shall miss you, Henry. We love you, but we know one day we shall get you. May your soul rest in peace.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Honorable Nanda, if you could remember very well on the issue of the traditional schools, our government brought a proposal here which we supported tremendously as Parliament. We have been appropriating money for traditional schools, and I hope Mwiri is one of them. If Mwiri has not benefited, it should be benefiting, because the money for revamping is a credible amount. If it goes to a school, it really changes it very well. So Honorable Baba James, Honorable Rumumba, Honorable Isabidya Idi. Then
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I would like to talk about the power of apology and the power of forgiveness. This was my circumstance with the late Henry Kyemba and the late Wanume Kibedi and the late Godfrey Lure. Godfrey Lure at that time was the Attorney General in Idi Amin's government. Wanume Kibedi was my Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I was a junior officer under him. Years later, when Wanume Kibedi was still alive and was the chairman of Immigration Board, he arranged for a meeting between me and Henry Kyemba to say sorry to me. I was astounded because when Henry Kyemba was promoting his book, The State of Blood, they really messed me up. I was in Copenhagen heading the mission. They had come to promote that book, The State of Blood. And when one of the journalists asked him, "Do you know James Baba?" He said, "Yeah, we know him very well. He's one of the mass murderers in Uganda." And Kibedi said, "No, I was his minister." And Godfrey Lure said, "Me, I'm the Attorney General. I knew all the state research boys." The following day, my name was headlines in all newspapers. James Baba, mass murderer. Uganda envoy to Denmark, mass murderer. The following day, the Minister of Foreign Affairs summoned me. "Baba, if this is true, we're going to ask you to leave." I contacted my ministry. They linked me to the Solicitor General, who was then Matov. Matov told me to fly back to Uganda and we consult. Matov told me, "You, Baba, these people are not after you. They're after Idi Amin. You forget about that case." I said, "Sir, I respect your views, but my name is already in headlines. How will I move?" He said, "Okay, in that case, you go and fight your case." So I went back to Denmark. I went to court. I won the case. I got my $14,000 and I kept quiet after that. Now, years later, I was appointed Minister of State in Internal Affairs. And Wanume Kibedi was the chairman of the Immigration Board. He came to me, he said, "I want to talk to you. I want you and Kyemba and myself to meet with you and we discuss something." I said, "I'm available." And that's when the apology came in. Say, "Baba, we do not intend to soil your name. Our job was to make sure Amin's government was brought down. You were just a victim of circumstances." I told them, since that time, I had forgotten about that issue, and I forgive you unreservedly. And today, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I have forgiven Honorable Kyemba without reservations. The important point to make here is that when somebody knows he has wronged you, and he comes to you and says, "I'm sorry," and you know inside you that he's telling the truth, you must forgive him. And that's what I've done. Let's learn to forgive. Our circumstance, our history has been very bad. A lot of people died, were killed, were kidnapped, suffering during Amin's regime. But I was a victim. I came from Koboko, the same area like Idi Amin. And they used me, to promote that book. But that book did a great service to this country, to brought awareness to the world, to the whole world, about the atrocities going here. I think it is very possible it contributed a great deal to fastening and speeding up the fall of Idi Amin's government. Lastly, we still have a responsibility to find out the people responsible for the killings in this country. Profiling tribes, profiling people, that these are killers, Langis were killers, Langos were killers, Acholis were killers, West Nile were killers, is not good enough. We must go into details to the actual killers who killed people in this country and that cause, and I think we can get to the bottom of this and stop this profiling. But, Right Honorable Speaker, my intervention is that we must learn to forgive once we wrong somebody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mumba, Honorable Idris.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for according us time to be able to talk about our brother, our parent, our grandparent. Right Honorable Speaker, members have talked about the late Henry Kyemba Kisajja. But I want to bring out something that has not been said yet. When we were growing up, and after university, when I went to work up country in my home area in Bujiri district, there was a very beautiful, elegant, smart lady who used to come with NGOs in our area because it was a new district to help us how would work at the district, but also she would have sessions on the side with us young girls who had left university and opted to go and work in the village because at that time most girls wanted to stay and work in Kampala. This is a lady who created time to the extent that she taught us how to talk, how to bring out your point clearly, and even how to make sure you develop yourself as an individual, how you can combine your office and work and be able to be happy as a young mother, as a young woman. And this is Janet Kyemba. She used to come with so many NGOs. Today it's this NGO, this NGO. She took up the responsibility of coordinating NGOs to come and work in Busoga and lead them to where there was need. I'm here to say thank you as your product. But that is also a sign that she had a husband who was able to sacrifice and stay, do his work in office, because at that time he was somebody who had just left politics, but would stay home, do her work, and give her the opportunity to also go out and serve the community to which they belonged. I want to thank him because not many men can do that. I also want to bring out the issue, Right Honorable Speaker, what Honorable Baba has talked about, the issue of forgiveness. I want to thank Honorable Baba on behalf of us Basoga and Busoga. Thank you for forgiving our great father, our great leader. And I say this because equally he himself, he had more or less forgiven the same sub-region from which you come from and our former president, Idi Amin Dada. Because it was during the regime when he was in leadership in this country that Honorable Kyemba's brother, Honorable Henry Kyemba's brother, called Lume Kisajja, disappeared. His son is in the gallery. He cannot give accountability even to the grandchildren because he disappeared. Yet, he was somebody who had a job in Night Hill as a stores manager. The story didn't come out clear. What was the cause? Was it because of politics? Was it because of the job he was doing? Because at that time, being a manager of a store meant that you could influence things by opening, and things are carried to the support of a particular individual, especially in leadership, in politics. But he forgave them, he forgave the president, he forgave, and he went painfully and went and worked with President Idi Amin. But because he had a mission to accomplish, God had wanted to use him for certain things so that people would benefit. I want to thank Honorable Cecily Ogwal. Thank you for telling us that, and we appreciate that as Busoga. When it comes to issues to do with the family, Honorable Kyemba was from a very rich family. His father, Sulaiman Kisajja, was an administrator of the Gombola Code, Mayuge. So that means right from that time, the family had money. I want to tell those of you who have just seen money, we saw the family of Mwami Kisajja with money in Busoga. When his brother called Nathan James Nabeta would go to Bank of Baroda to bank, that day they would lock the whole bank. The whole branch would be locked the whole day because a rich man in Jinja, a brother to Henry Kyemba, called Nathan James Nabeta, the father to Honorable Nathan James Nabeta, had gone to bank. But despite the fact that they were educated, despite the fact that they had money, they remained humble in the community. How many of us would carry both education and money and remain humble wherever we are? Let's pick lessons. You have the money, it's yours, it's not for everybody. Keep it to yourself. Yes, you went to school. Use the education to help the community as you help yourself. You don't have to throw around yourself because you carry money and you carry degrees. This we should learn from them. Humility is very important. And by the way, being humble is not simple. But that means you have to sacrifice and make sure you register within your mind to be humble and remain humble in the community, because that's what the community is looking for. Being so arrogant and braggant is not useful to the community. And that's not what you would want the children of others to learn from you. So we take it from them as a family that their grandparents, their parents taught them to be so humble. So it also brings in the issue of reading and being informed before you talk. And you talk when you must talk. Mzee Henry Kyemba talked less. But because he talked less, we are here seated. We all want to talk about him. Not because he talked much, but he only talked when he was supposed to talk. And he would talk and have sense in what he's saying. There was a message. And that's why we are here to say, I have this to talk about him. Are we all the same? During our era of politics, of showbiz, I sometimes say politics of celebrity, talking because you have to talk, but are you communicating? Is there a message you are carrying? I want to call on members in this house. Let's carry messages in wherever we get up to talk. Let's carry important messages to the people. And if you don't have anything to communicate, I would really request that we keep quiet and we communicate when we are ready, when we have a message to pass over to people. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Henry Kyemba, whenever we had issues as people in Busoga, when he had retired, he would take off time to call you to his house. And when you go to his house, he offers you food and drinks. And the message is, please, you are the people who are in leadership now. You are carrying our flag out there in the country as Busoga, as Basoga. Make sure you don't do, he would tell you the do's and don'ts. And very few people would always do that for people who are not their biological children. He would always tell you, what is this happening? Can you please play your part well? When I was appointed Secretary General, he called me to his house and he told me, when you go to People are always insulting, people are always talking this about Amin, nothing good, they always talk about bad things. When you make sure you don't say anything bad about him, because it is your responsibility to go and mobilize the people in West Nile. He was their son. If you've said it in Kampala, when you go there, they will not receive you. He told me when it comes to Dr. Milton Obote, they will tell you this and that. But please don't talk about those things, because that will not enable you to do your work of mobilization. I carried that, and that helped me. So for you, those of you who are aspiring for something beyond your constituency, when you are making submissions here, talk knowing that you might go to that place years to come to request for a vote or for support. They will still be remembering what you said about them. Always be careful. Talk what you can say today, and you can be able to defend it tomorrow. I learned this from Zay Kyemba. He has helped his the sub-region of Busoga. He has helped Uganda. That's why you see when Honorable Nabeta was talking here, the children are all over the world, because he was destined to serve the whole world. Destine yourself to serve the whole world. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable Haji Idi, Honorable Mbayo, Honorable Jiri, Honorable Samo, Honorable Mao.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you so much. First of all, for giving me this opportunity to pay tribute to the fallen gallant son of Africa, the icon of Uganda and beyond. Right Honorable Speaker, at first when you chose me, and then you took a decision later that let's hear from the people who served with the Honorable Kyemba, I think it was the right decision. And it takes me back in our parliament, Right Honorable, which you preside, that the 2 minutes that are given to members of parliament, there is a lot that we miss from colleagues, especially our brothers and sisters who have been in this parliament, and even the young members of parliament, because of the 2 minutes. How I wish that we are given enough time to talk about ourselves and talk about our people and the constituencies that we represent here. Honorable Kyemba was a humble servant of the people. Personally, I did not serve with him, but I've heard many people talk about him. The region where I come from is mourning. But again, when we sat here to begin listening to what really Kyemba did, it has comforted us that today we are sending off a person that served the nation without any scandal. Right Honorable Speaker, how I wish in my prayer you do grant that the knowledge that we are talking about today in him, we declare a day, at least for a public lecture in his memory, such that these good stories and legacies that he has left can always be remembered, even by our grandsons and daughters. Right Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, one thing that they have not talked about Honorable Kyemba, Honorable Kyemba used to love sports. He was a sportsman. You can't be smart if you don't love sports. But Honorable Speaker, in Busoga, where I come from, there is a stadium, Bugembe. How I wish even the government can take over that stadium in memory of Honorable Kyemba. I'm not demanding for so much, but the person lying before us here, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, I want to thank you so much, because many of us, less than 10%, served with Honorable Kyemba, but you have offered your time. You have dedicated it to sit here and listen to the gallant son of Africa. I want to thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank the government of Uganda for offering our father a befitting send-off. On behalf of the people of Bunya County South, and on my own behalf, I want to say this: may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Estambaya, Honorable Bajire. Now, honorable colleagues, I'm seeing most of you are making for me signs to pick you. Some are sending me. It seems you just want to speak and go out and leave me here. So otherwise, why are you rushing? Okay, I've decided we usually have 2 hours for paying tribute. I moved this session from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was intentional. I made an intentional decision of giving the rate a minimum of 4 hours in this parliament. So you have to bear with me so that we push up to around 5:45 to 6 there, so that most of you can contribute. Honorable Mbayo, but let's be conscious of time.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me join the rest of my colleagues in supporting the motion to pay tribute to a gallant son of Uganda who has lived life worth celebrating. On behalf of the people of Luka and on my own behalf, I send my heartfelt condolences to the family of the Honorable Kyemba, the people of Busoga, the Chabazinga of Busoga, and the government of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to thank the President of Uganda for according the Honorable Kyemba an official send-off. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Henry Kyemba is an icon of a true statesman, a patriot, a politician who had a very unique and humble character that made him serve in his 3 governments, some of which were very hostile and difficult. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kyemba's maternal grandfather, Daudi Mutekanga, is my maternal great-grandfather. And when I was appointed a minister in charge of the presidency, the Honorable Kyemba felt like they had appointed his own. He called me with love and humor to his home. He wanted to take me through what entails in the presidency. And he indeed told me the do's and don'ts of presidents. Amongst others, he told me to respect the authority and never to fight useless wars, and or rather concentrate on doing my assignments very, very well. Right Honorable Speaker, the discussion I had with Honorable Kyemba was when he went to Singapore. That time he was the PPS to the then Dr. Milton Obote. He went with a delegation of 30 officials. While they were in Singapore, the government was toppled, and it was Honorable Kyemba who whispered to the president that your government was toppled. Gaining that courage of telling the head of state that you've been overtaken. Right Honorable Speaker, he told me then that what they thought about next wasn't in their mind until when they had a pronouncement that President Idi Amin Dada told the officials who went with Dr. Milton Obote to come back and not Dr. Milton Obote himself. So when he came back, he was taken to meet the president of Uganda, and then was General Idi Amin Dada. They had a meeting, and after the meeting, that General Idi Amin Dada told him to go and occupy his office. He would meet him there. But then he said that, Your Excellency, I don't have an office, because there was the PPS to the former president. Then he said that that is a time when General Idi Amin told him that you're now the PPS to me. After that, he was made a PS to the Ministry for Culture. He had an assignment to organize for a graduation at Insami's Training Institute. But then the one who was supposed to officiate at that function was the then minister. If I remember the name, he told me the late Honorable Josephat Engu. That is what he told me. But then a day to the function, an announcement was made that that minister had been dropped together with others. Then the Honorable Kyemba gathered the courage of calling State House. When he called State House, he talked to the president then, Idi Amin Dada, and he said, Your Excellency, tomorrow we have a function, and I don't know who is going to officiate at the function because the minister has been dropped. He told me that then Idi Amin told him that you're now the Minister for Culture and you have to take over and officiate at the assignment. So that is how he achieved his positions miraculously. And I think it was because of his humble way of doing things, the way of handling himself. He told me how he became a Minister of Health. He told me how he went to exile, and he told me how he came back to join NRM. Right, Honorable Speaker, time came when I felt like the Honorable Kyemba had told me enough. I wanted to leave. He said, Mama, don't go. I still need you. I still want to talk to you. Then he started taking me through, in his sitting room, there are some newspapers in the love where he was presiding over functions, where he was attending international engagements, and he was telling me one by one. I had to stay with him for the next 2 hours. When I told him I now want to go, he kept on holding my hand, and he said, I wish you the best, but the office that you're occupying needs somebody who is patient, and you don't need to talk a lot. You need to talk few words and perform and perfect. I've lost a brother. I've lost a mentor. I've lost everything. I have nothing to say, but I want to say that may the good Lord lead your way as you join him. Rest in peace, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Jire, Honorable Samo, Honorable Malo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support the motion our gallant comforter, our gallant guider, who came out with all his best to serve this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, I met Honorable Kyemba when I was a young boy in Kira College, Butichi, in 1989. He came at school. That day, I remember, was a sports day. And most of the students had gone to the playground. I was the games prefect, and I was engaging with the members of some of the members of staff before I got down to the playground. So as I came out, I saw a sleek car parking in front of the administration block. I walked straight and went vehicle. Then a policeman came out, opened, and a gentleman dressed decently came out. I'd not known Kyemba, Honorable Kyemba, I'd not met him. And I stood because when I saw somebody in uniform, I stepped because we had been directed that when a visitor comes, you welcome him or her. So I'd moved to welcome, but when I saw a policeman, I stood at a distance. So when he came out, he called me, young man, who are you? I introduced myself to him and asked me, is that master in the office? I said no, but the deputy head teacher is in the office. We picked up with the Honorable Kyemba, who held me by the hand, walked with me up to the veranda, and we took about 15 minutes having a chat with the Honorable Kyemba. At that time, he had told me who he was, and he was a minister of a state minister for agriculture and industry and fisheries. Honorable Kyemba told me that I should wait for him because it was not going to take long to engage the deputy teacher. And indeed, they came out with the deputy teacher. I waited outside. In me, what I thought of, that maybe Honorable Kyemba wanted to give me some money as a student. So I waited anxiously outside, knowing that the minister was going to give, because this was my second time to have encountered one-on-one with a minister. Because in 1981, yes, I'd encountered the Honorable Sam Teungwa, who was a personal friend of my father. So I waited anxiously because Honorable Teungwa used to give me a lot of money whenever I would come home. So when he came out, he told the deputy head teacher that I see the potential in this young man. How do you conduct how do you make prefects in this school? The deputy teacher said, we appointed them. He said, but I think you appointed a right person. What sport do you do? I told him the kinds of sports that I do. And he said, are you going now to run? I said, yes. So he said, I'm offering you to drive you in my car. A black, I think it was a Laurel. And I sat in the Laurel and I was driven down Kira College teacher at the playground. I came out a very victorious man. Coming out of a Laurel. And the humorous man, he told the police officer to move around and open for me. And they opened for me. He also got out. We walked with him to the playground, and he told me, of the races that you are going to do, which one is your best? And I told him, my best is 400 meters, and I do relays. He said, I want to see you run. So he went and begged humorously that the heat of 400 meters that I was involved in be brought, because we would start with long races, long track events. So we moved, and by God's grace, in the heat, I was the best. Honorable Kyemba pulled out I had a field day that month because it was a lot of money, and he gave it to me. After about 3 weeks, my head teacher, Mr. Isabire Aga, came to class looking for me. And he had brought me a dozen of books that Honorable Kyemba had sent to me. He picked interest in me. After the holidays, I went and told my dad about the kind of gesture that he had extended to me. And my dad started now telling me stories about who Kyemba was. That's when I heard about the book he had written about the state of blood. That's when I knew a lot about what he had done to liberate this country. Right when I was Speaker. Later on, when we joined politics, we caught up with Honorable Kyemba. It's Honorable Daudi Migereko that took me to Honorable Kyemba at Crescent Crane Hotel. I reminded him what he had done to me at school, and he remembered instantly. And we picked it up from there. He continued to be an advisor. He continued to be very humorous to me. He continued to call us. When I became minister, he didn't have my number, I think, at that time. So Honorable Daudi Migereko told me, Honorable Kyemba wants to talk to you. And this is the number, call him. When I'd been appointed, he was excited. And he told me this. I saw this in you. And God has made it. I continue to pray for you. I worked in that ministry where you have gone. You are following in my footsteps. Serve with diligence. Don't be corrupt. Don't steal. You will get money at an appropriate time. Respect the staff. Love them. Like them. Work with everybody. Your approach must be vertical and horizontal. Those were his words. This man that is lying here. Right on our Speaker. In the interest of time, I just want to say this, that this country has lost somebody who knew virtually everything in the history of this country. If you wanted to get anything, if you wanted to understand anything in every corner of this country, the right person, one of the right people to ask was this man that is lying here. This country has lost one of the finest that this country has ever graced.
Thank you. Honorable Samo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to speak on behalf of the disability fraternity who also live in Jinja to pay tribute to the motion. We condole with the family, we condole with the people of Busoga, and we condole with the whole country. Right Honorable Speaker, under the leadership of Right Honorable Kadaga, I was so much involved in Busoga issues. So I had an opportunity to meet the gentleman we are talking today. But before I go there, Honorable Kyemba was the Minister of Health. My mother was a nurse. And whereas I recognize the government of UPC which built the hospitals, it was under his leadership that these hospitals were commissioned. And the first time I saw a minister, I was a young girl. And those days when the president is coming, children were put on the road to line up to welcome the president, to welcome a minister, and ministers were ministers. Yes. I want to tell you, we're in Bugiri, we had just been transferred. My mother was transferred to that hospital. And those hospitals are many, Tojo, or whatever. Those were hospitals built all over Uganda under the supervision of Honorable Kyemba, under the wrong time of Idi Amin. But I'm telling you, the hospitals were sparkling. They were smart. He wasn't moving around as a minister, but his administration was felt even when he was not there. You find the nurses saying, if Kyemba comes, nobody would steal medicine. Nobody would do anything bad. The hospitals, right from the kitchen, were smart. and food would be given there. That was the administrator in the man called Henry Kyemba. How many of us emulate that? These days as ministers, with due respect to the ministers, we want to be everywhere. How do you put in a system which people will feel that you are there when you are not even there? And I want to give him credit. It's a lesson I learned. I saw a man who was smart, very smart. And those days when you saw a minister, you would admire. And when he was smart, smart in his body, smart in the brain. And when he welcomed Amin, let me tell you, Amin also had a good step. Whereas we talk about bad things, but he was also a smart man. And I'm telling you, when they are walking, you say, this is what means power. And that was power that time. And I want to respect this gentleman lying here. When he was a president for, I think, Rotary something, he met me and said, you're a member of parliament for people with disabilities. And you know, sometimes we give out things, wheelchairs, we give out certain things. Could it be okay for me to invite you to one of our meetings? I said, which type of meeting? So when he described, I found a man who was national. He was not thinking Busoga. He was thinking for every person. This man is a great man, he's a rich man, but even a person like Asamo, who was a disabled, he would still walk to you and talk to you in a very polite way. He comes smiling. And when you look at him, you say, does he want to talk to me? And says, yes, Honorable, can I know who you are? By the time you explain, he's already giving you a way of wanting to support the people you represent. And that is the great man we have here. As we sit here talking, Kyemba is not hearing. Please, many people have talked. As members of parliament, we need each other. Whether you're in opposition, whether you are an independent, whether you are an NRM, anything can happen. We need to work together. Sometimes we give a bad picture out there, and people look at us and say, what type of parliament? Even if it is one person. In my tribe, we are told one frog can spoil the whole water in the what? In the lake. How I wish we emulate Henry Kyemba and get lessons that will make his memory be remembered in this country. I say all this in the memory of my own mother. He was a very good minister during that time. And I want to say, rest in peace, our elder. We shall always remember you until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mao, Ekanya, Taka, Bwire. Please, honorable colleagues, I'm choosing honorable members. I'm not choosing strangers. Yeah, so if I pick a member and I hear you saying, hey, I'm picking members of parliament, not strangers, okay? Please, honorable Mao.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is one of those moments when I wish I were not an ex-officio member of parliament, so that when the question is put, I would shout the loudest. Unfortunately, I'm silenced by the Constitution and the rules of parliament. We shouldn't reduce the Honorable Henry Kyemba to the size of a school, to the size of a clan, to the size of a community. We only make those references because everything has a credo. We talk about Jesus of Nazareth, but he was not about Nazareth. His mission was universal. Just like the mission of this Prince Henry Kyemba was national, Pan-African, and global. Many will talk about the offices of distinction that he held. But running through all those offices is one thing, Mr. Speaker, character. It boils down to character. That's what the measure of the man is. So we condole with the family, we condole with the government of Uganda and the president, we condole with parliament, and we condole with the whole of Uganda and all the friends. We celebrate his achievements. And in doing that, let's talk about his roots, how he was formed. What was he made of? How did he view himself and how did he view the world? In the city of Jinja, where I grew up, and I spent many happy years as a child, there is a road called Lubas Road. It had 2 cinemas. Those who know, they know. Town Talkies, Dingos. But there was also a very well-known law firm where I did my internship, Kisajja and Company Advocates. And that's where my story and connection with the Honorable Henry Kyemba begins. Because Senior Counsel Elijah Kisajja was my professional mentor. He carried himself the very way that Honorable Henry Kyemba carried himself, with dignity. You only needed to look at him and ask, who is that? You know, there are those who you look at and you want to know who they are. Somehow, whether they hold any office or not. But Lubas Road is also named after Chief Luba of the Bunya Chiefdom in Busoga. As you may know, Chief Luba is the one whose name is indelibly associated with the murder of Bishop Hannington, reportedly on the orders of Kabaka Mwanga. Perhaps you need to know that Chief Luba was Honorable Henry Kyemba's grandfather. He used to joke that because of the notoriety of the murder of Bishop Hannington, their family had to do something spectacular. So they produced a bishop. As a way of making amends with the church and perhaps God. So Honorable Baba, your amends came much later, perhaps. The real amends were already done in the bigger platform. He exuded integrity. Of course, integrity has many definitions, but mine is that integrity means doing what is right rather than what is convenient. What is convenient is usually the things which will bring applause. Sometimes what is right is not really convenient because it may attract insults sometimes. And I'm sure he's going to be scrutinized forever. But you cannot understand something unless you understand it in its very context. Americans celebrate George Washington, but they don't know that he owned slaves. So you must understand the man in the context of his times. What would you do? So in relation to the choices he made, we can only say, judge not that ye may not be judged. He had discipline, very good timekeeper. He had humility, we all know that. He was willing to talk to all of us. Honorable Kotogong referred to that. He taught many of us how to be members of parliament. Some of us came here with flaming swords, like live conductors, to electrocute everything that we would find here. Some of us came with very unpopular messages. I think, Mr. Speaker, I may be on record as probably the most booed MP in the record of Parliament. Every time I opened my mouth, it's as if I was saying something people didn't want to hear. E.g., talk to Joseph Kony. Oh, this, that. Then you say, give amnesty. Return multipartyism. Never. But you must listen to that voice inside you. That is what was referred to here as conscience. After all, some things change, some things don't change. So you are better off fixing your eye on the things that you know will never change. He had courage. There are two types of courage. There is the physical courage, as in facing physical danger. But there is even the tougher kind of courage, which is moral courage, which simply means taking a stand. That book was banned in Uganda. Those who were alive, they know that. State of Blood was banned because it said things which the government did not want to be revealed. So, as I close, Mr. Speaker, and in the spirit of peering beyond the horizons in our country is hurting. Our country needs reconciliation. Not reconciliation between two people, but reconciliation between the building blocks that make Uganda. If you are lost, you go back to a familiar place. Those of us who took long to come to Kampala, we knew, for instance, the post office. So if you got lost, you ask, where is the post office? Even if that's not where you are going. But at least you are sure that from the post office, you can find your way. So let's go back to the Constitution, because that should be the real point of departure, because that is the consensus on which we are building ourselves. I beg to disagree with those who are talking about scandal, no scandal. In this world, there's something called redemption. Actually, Peter, who formed the foundation of the church, was very scandalous. And he committed a real scandal of denying Jesus. Paul, who we quote every day in the Bible, was full of scandals. So let us realize that nations are built because of a commitment to renewal. A nation can renew itself. Every institution can renew itself. And sometimes it is those very people who you think they fall below the standards who may come and do the things. How could de Klerk, the leader of the party of apartheid, be the ones to be the partner of Mandela? How did Moi become the architect of the new constitution of Kenya? I was there when he was being booed, but he did it. So even if we criticize those who are battling on the fronts of national renewal, and they may have checkered records, and they may be doing things that we disapprove of strongly, nevertheless, we must not lose sight of the fact that it is possible to have renewal. If we don't, Mr. Speaker, as I close.
The Honorable Mao, you first seek permission. Or we don't just switch on again. Okay? Yes, just conclude. Please.
You know, we were taught that when the speaker is speaking, you must sit down. That's why I was heading to my seat.
Conclude.
Though I see that doesn't happen here these days. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a danger in this country that the past is being glorified, particularly by those who never lived in that past. We went to primary schools which were closed so that we could go and witness firing squad. We were children. And an army jeep would come and close the school and say, there is an important event taking place. Come and witness. We lived washing clothes with pawpaw leaves because there was no soap. Dear friends, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the words of a wise man, let us not open a war between the past and the present. Otherwise, we shall lose the future. The future is bright, and Uganda can be renewed. So when you now see people thinking that Idi Amin could be an alternative to the present, I shudder to think of that. However bad the present may be, in your view, please don't even think about those days. And we should not stigmatize the community from where Idi Amin came. We must base our judgments on the philosophy of individual responsibility for individual crimes. Every tribe produces good people. Every tribe produces bad people. I never get tired of saying that we may have produced the likes of Joseph Kony, but we also produced Jan and Luwum. How do you reconcile that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mao. Honorable Kanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Henry Kyemba, lying here, has had impact on the life of many. A lot has been said, and a lot will be said. But from my standpoint, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, completing the University of Makerere University, I tried to get a job, but luck was not on my side. I ventured, and I said, there is a tribe in Uganda that lacks literature, and that tribe were the Basoga. 1997, I moved to offices. I interacted with the right Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Altwala Rebecca Kadaga. I met the late Honorable Basoga Sad. I interacted with the late Henry Kyemba. And I told them, you are a powerful community, but you don't have a newspaper. They encouraged me. They gave me the fire and the zeal. I started that newspaper. The Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister seated here sent the late Basoga Sadu to launch the Lusoga newspaper, and I was the executive director in Jinja. I want to thank Henry Kyemba lying here, and Mama, and the late Kodeyo. No wonder Honorable Nabeta, year later, started a media radio called Kodeyo, the foundation that Henry carried and moved forward. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, to cut the long story short, we can talk until the hens come home. The hens and whatever. But Right Honorable Speaker, the point I want to draw close is that from that Lusoga newspaper, I would come to the gallery here like a journalist, and I got inspired and motivation to become a member of parliament. I said, if these MPs talk like this, I think if I get opportunity, and I'll be better. Opportunity came 1998 for youth election. I went to the young people and I told them, I'm going to be better MP because every day I'm in the gallery and I know what happens. And that propelled me to victory. But that was not enough. During that campaign, Right Honorable Speaker, I went to Henry, I went to Mama there and others. They supported me and I got votes in Busoga. Recently, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 2001, I was faced with challenge like to climb a mountain. The late Henry Kyemba was too close to the late Atekre Jalo, Etiang, the then Deputy Prime Minister. The late Etiang was the one who comes from a constituency where I had interest. The late here, I consulted him. He told me, we have talked to our colleague that we need to retire
but I don't know whether he will. So I give you the blessing. For me, I am going to retire. Try your luck. God will be with you. Henry, forever I'll be indebted to you and my family and my generation. Finally, Honorable Speaker, in this country, we lack one important graduate as I close. We need to enact the National Cemetery Act so that men like Henry Kyemba will not be buried in the village where they will be, because 150 years, the children of this country need to know we had men like Henry Kyemba, we had so and so, but 50 years to come, those memorial sites will disappear. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to commit myself that I'll come to your office to ensure that we bring a bill for the National Cemetery and we create memorial that will last generation and generation. I thank you. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Honorable Agnes Taka, Honorable Sano Nubuire, Honorable Kisajja, Honorable Gume, Honorable Santa Arum.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
colleagues, I'm trying to first give, and I want to be honest, MPs from Busoga, I would want to give them an opportunity.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm honored to pay tribute to this great father, and I bring condolences from Bugiri to Mama, my sisters and brothers, and all the people of Busoga and Uganda at large. Right Honorable Speaker, I learned of the death of Honorable Kyemba a few days ago, and I only knew that he was an uncle to Honorable Naveta. However, having read about him, when I saw that he had been honored a state burial, I decided to take interest in reading about it. Official burial. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When I read about Honorable Kyemba, Right Honorable Speaker, I learned of a man who had served our country from my region, and I really felt the loss that we have had in losing Honorable Kyemba. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been in a kind of fragile relationships in Busoga as leaders from the grassroots and at national level. And I always think that we need some senior people whom I don't know where they are to really come in and make the center hold. And I feel that we have really lost somebody who would be of great, great importance to us. Not only Busoga as a region, but even as a country. Right now, there is debate on a lot of factions, and I don't want to repeat what Honorable Mao has said, but we are somewhere around where we need to transform to somewhere where we don't know. I would request that we have a profile of our elders, national leaders, former national leaders, but elders from every region who can be at the forefront, who can be our consultants, so that we are able to sail through this period that we are in. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Kyemba was a family man, and I want to commend him and Mama for nurturing their children well. Right Honorable Speaker, you had Honorable Naveta introducing most of these people coming from UK, wherever. But when you look at them, they depict people who were nurtured. The way they are dressed, most of us as modern parents, sometimes we have failed at it. When you see our children at graduation ceremonies, moving in skimpy clothes, even at certain ceremonies like this, a parent has passed on, and you see how somebody will present themselves and you look down as an African. Thank you, Honorable Kyemba. May your soul rest in peace.
Thank you. I think I've been, I'm one of the beneficiaries of the generosity of that family, because Honorable Nathan Nabet has been a great brother to me, even before I came to Parliament, before I was a member of Parliament. And then after, of course, I met Alfred and Syria, who have also been very good friends to me. So I benefited from the generosity of the family. It's a very, very great family. Yeah. Honorable Sanan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when the elders speak for many minutes, for me who is averagely aged, I have to speak for a few minutes. But I want to thank you, Right Honorable, for respecting Honorable Kyemba, allowing his body to be brought to Parliament, and we eulogize together. Right Honorable, in the morning, you see I'm new in Parliament, but while we were standing there to receive the body, you somehow took some few minutes when you were not arriving. So my colleague whispered to me that the speaker has delayed. Let me think we shall not get the same shock as one of the people who died and the speaker almost failed to appear. When you came, Right Honorable Speaker, I was really energized. And two, when you even extended the time of discussion from 2 hours to 5 or 6 hours, I want to assure you that Honorable Kyemba is looking at you and appreciating you. And you have all the blessings. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2010, I was a political assistant to Honorable Gagola Wambuzi, who is my political father. So one time we went to his house in Jinja, because by that time there was a very contentious issue of Busoga. When we sat with this man, I was privileged to sit together with this icon of wisdom on the same table. The words and the counsel he gave us cooled my tempers, because by that time I was also angry. Before we left, he asked me, young man, what are you doing? I explained to him, told him, he gave me a book entitled A Leader Without a Title. The only second person who has ever given me that book is the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya. Mr. Speaker, when I went through, the same Honorable Gagola took me to his place, and he told him, now you have a challenge because your district has only 1 kilometer of tarmac. So go there and represent the people. Right Honorable Speaker, when a dead body is lying before you, you should never lie. But I've been here very quiet. Most of the words that have been spoken by all people is the truth about Honorable Kyemba. And I want to testify to you that this man has been one of the few pillars in Busoga, the elders of Busoga. But he did not at any one time influence and participate to who should be elected in any constituency, or who should be the mayor of any municipality. Now the man has left.
But Honorable Kyemba, I want to report to you, we are scared because some people, some elders, they have big offices, they are coming for our positions. They want to influence. I want to request that I appear to them and continue counseling them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May your soul rest in eternal peace.
Now, I can see you've started giving assignments to the departed. I don't know how the answers will come, but it will take both of you. It will take both sides, okay? As leaders from Busoga. It will take both of you, both sides, to work together. Just work together. Yeah, it's about the country, it's about your region, work together. Honorable Chibadia, then Honorable Gumi. And colleagues, you've seen the issue of time. So just let's do quickly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it did not require anybody to either work with the late Kyemba or stay with the late Kyemba to really admire and copy the good and the best that everybody testified and everybody had written and everybody knew about the smiling icon of the leadership of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Kyemba, I was in Mwiri 6 years, but there was no single day when we had a very big function and the head teacher or anybody who came from outside the school could fail to talk about the late Kyemba. That is the man lying there. Right Honorable Speaker, the passionate Rotarian that everybody admired, the one who had the deep sense of patriotism, practical commitment to the principles of justice, equity, and balanced development, who was very, very committed to give hope and put a smile on many faces of the unprivileged. Right Honorable Speaker, we are here. We lose a generation. I heard Mama Cecilia here talking about the late Aguraholi. Right Honorable Speaker, the years of Makerere University between 57 and 62 had a generation of a team that shaped the politics of this country. If we could emulate the late Kyemba, the late Aguraholi. Right Honorable Speaker, we had the one Mechibedi, Mayanja Nkanji, Abeka Kachama Mayanja, Adeko Nechoni, Akena Adoko, Mathias Singovi, David Lumu, mentioning them. That was the generation. They shaped the politics of this country. Where are we? Right Honorable Speaker, Henry Kyemba was God-given. If you trace the history of the late Kyemba, the two assassination attempts that he survived, the one in Lugogo when he was the president, and the one of 1970 when they were coming back from Portobello when he was with the vice president then, John Ibaiga. And he survived that. Many people died, but he survived that time. Right Honorable Speaker, this was God's message that Henry Kyemba was here to save many lives.
Honorable Gumi, I'm sorry, Honorable colleagues, I'm trying to. You've been complaining that I give you a short time. Today I gave you the time. Now you also want to speak. So you've seen why I usually give you a few minutes. This is the situation. No, the family needs to take the body. We have a time.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I stand to bid farewell to the late Honorable Kyemba, who I refer to as a very unique politician. Right Honorable Speaker, suffice to note that while Honorable Kyemba was a minister in this government, at the same time I was the district chairperson of Jinja. And we are also neighbors. That is why I've been itching to get an opportunity to at least say a word of farewell to him. I want to thank my sister, Kyemba's wife, Janet, the children, and all those who have looked after him. It is also colleagues' common knowledge that Honorable Kyemba served this country as a councillor at a district local government level. He later on served as a principal private secretary to the first executive prime minister in 1962, and in the same capacity to the first executive president for a record time of 9 years. He also served another amazing years, amazing, because he served that time under President Idi Amin, both as a principal private secretary and minister. His services from President Obote, Idi Amin, and the current government qualify him to be referred to as a politician of a unique character. He saw it all and did it all. The other aspect is that he used the power of a pen in his book, The State of Blood, to educate the whole world on the social, economic, and the political turmoils in Uganda at the time. For me, in my district chairmanship, I respected him because he understood the decentralization policy in detail. I used to consult him quite often while I was district chairperson of Jinja. But when he retired a quiet life. He was not antagonistic, but he was consultative. I therefore have little reasons not to name him as one of those who contributed to the liberalization of this country. He's gone, and then a critic should let him rest in peace because he can no longer defend himself. Thank you. Rest in peace.
Thank
Kyemba.
you. Honorable Santa Arun.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Oyam District and UPC party in the Parliament of Uganda and on my own behalf, I want to join my colleagues in paying tribute to the deceased before us for the tremendous work that he did for this country, which has left a very rich legacy. Right Honorable Speaker, it's memorable to note that the deceased had first been appointed by the late President, Dr. Apollo Milton Obote. And in this service, as the Assistant Private Secretary and the Principal Private Secretary, he worked tremendously well. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a true testament of how the UPC government identified and even mentored leaders who did not shame this country, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to feel that we have a lot to learn from this identification of cadres. Furthermore, Right Honorable Speaker, a man lying before us here worked with a lot of dignity. He worked with a lot of patriotism. He was outstanding leader, Right Honorable Speaker. And because of that, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to extend my sincere gratitude as a UPC whip to the deceased and his family for standing with our founding father of this country and the UPC party president, Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, for the late as a man who stood with the president of the Republic of Uganda by then. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join colleagues in thanking him for being who he was and urge my honorable colleagues that we have a lot as leaders to learn from him. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now put the question that the motion to pay tribute to the late Honorable Henry Kisajja Magumba Kyemba, former minister and distinguished civil servant, be adopted. Those in favor say aye to the content. Aye. The ayes have it. Clerk, please extract the resolution and transmit it to the family together with the Hansard so that they can have a true record of what transpired. Honorable colleagues, I'm sorry. because I could just see, but we needed maybe another 3 more hours. I can see disappointed faces for not being able to pick you, but we had it to end somewhere. We had it to end somewhere. I'm sorry. Yeah, tomorrow I will start with those I didn't pick today.
The anthems. Honorable members may remain standing as the casket is wheeled out of the house.
Honourable members, you may get seated.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Reconciliation. Reconciliation.